All right, guys. Here it is, the Saturday Hangout. No subjects, lined up. Just, it was just an excuse to.
Hey, Alex shows he's muted. Alex, it shows you're muted. Is that
Yeah,
intentional?
I have a record finishing up in the back, so
You what?
I have a record finishing up in the back, so I just
Oh,
the
okay.
stream.
I should probably turn down.
What was it?
The meters.
Oh, okay.
Yeah,
I know the meters.
I turn down the dust collector.
Yeah.
And I just see, this is the one thing I was going to ask you guys. With my Amazon card that I got from my dad and a few other people, I finally broke down and got the gatefold outer sleeves. Do you guys use those?
I don't.
Okay.
What am I protecting the inside from? It's just me. There's nothing rubbing up against it. It's not exposed to anything. So I see people with them, and I always think, oh, that's, if that's what you want to do, great. For me myself, it'd be overkill, I think.
I don't know. Are we wearing the same shirt,
No,
Steve?
I have a Iron Maiden T-shirt,
Oh, okay.
but it is the same color. So apparently Sam is not colorblind.
Hi, Sam. But I'm still trying to get used to it.
What do they charge for those?
What was it? I think it's about $25 for, I think 20 of these or 25. It was about $1 a piece, basically.
Okay.
I was just trying them out. I don't know about then I got to pull out the inner sleeve. I like how I do the single albums, with where I just have them in the back. And
That's what I do.
Yeah, I know. I see a lot of guys do that in the VC.
And then if it's a double LP, I'll slide it into the middle of the gatefold.
Okay.
So, did you see my thumbnail, Steve? No, I saw you posted the video, Sam, but I haven't really been on today. I was just trying to take a break. The vinyl tag has been exhausting.
Amen. I mean, in a good way.
Yeah, but I mean, watching all of them, commenting on them, then commenting to the people who commented to you, and then there's been a few. I will honestly admit I start watching them and I'm like, I'll give you a thumbs up, I'll give you a sub, but I'm probably not going to watch this whole thing because we really don't have anything in common whatsoever. So, but
you're talking about Sam, obviously.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, I don't know. I have no idea how many I watched this week, but man, it was a lot.
Yeah, I think for Rob, it was definitely a very successful thread. I don't know what it was like last year. I think last year was the first time I ever really even noticed what it was.
I didn't do it last year, so because I just started up January 6th. So if it's something he always puts out January 1st, and I was just getting back into the swing of things, so I really wasn't paying. I would see this stuff come up, final tag, but I really wasn't paying attention to it. So yeah.
Like I said in mine, there's a few questions I don't think I had anything for, so I just didn't do it. But seeing more and more, if people just don't have something, they're just like, I just skip it.
Yeah.
So,
either of you guys get Geddy Lee's book?
Not yet. I'm thinking about it.
I just finished it this morning.
Okay.
So it was very good. No denying that when you hit that 10-month stretch, when he loses his daughter and his wife at the same time, that's a tough read right there.
Oh, about Neil?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
I'm like, wow, that sounds similar to Neil's.
No, but when Getty's talking about it, yeah.
Mhm.
And then what? I forget how long it was after that he ends up getting cancer. So,
Mhm.
but now I'm starting to read
Oh, the Sly Stone one.
Sly Stone. Yeah, this
Yeah.
should be pretty entertaining.
if he's
He did not lead a boring life.
no, but um, you know, I guess he's a real hard person to talk to of the last, say, 30 years. He's not an easy guy to have a conversation with. So I'm guessing it's probably in the style of someone was kind of interviewing him and his response was what they wrote down. I'm guessing. Let's see what.
How long are you going to stay muted, Alex?
Look, this record's longer than I thought, but I don't want to have any background music playing and get Trevor in trouble. So I'm like trying to. I mean, I can't just get up and turn it off. That I'm already comfortable. So
What? And the meter. So you're playing an album? Okay.
Which is
All right. Dr. Van Nostrand. Who's Dr. Van Nostrand?
that's Seinfeld, Kramer. Yeah.
Oh, was that a character? Okay.
Yeah.
I don't remember the name. Which episode was that? What was the?
Well, that was an ongoing sort of bit, but I think what Sam was talking about is the episode where Jerry's accountant is allergic to his sweater, so he's like sniffing all the time. And
Okay. I do remember that. Yeah.
He's like addicted to cocaine, and so then Kramer tries to meet him in the bar for like a setup, and Kramer's trying to portray the role of like, he's like, hey, I'm hip, and he's like hip to the whole scene, baby. And then there's the classic scene where Kramer is smoking a cigarette and then chugs a beer and then like still puffs the cigarette after.
Yeah.
So I'm guessing.
I do remember it now. I just don't remember him using that name.
Yeah, that's
watching that. We just finished watching today on Netflix. The everybody's talking about it. That 8-part series, Fool Me Once. Yeah. It's a British show. Kind of a. Do both of you have Netflix?
I do.
I have to steal it from somebody else.
Oh, okay. Sam is correcting you. Okay. Well, anyway, we finished watching that today. So, but it's a Harlan Corbin series. If you've watched any of those,
yeah, that was really good.
Yeah, so this was a good one. Well,
I don't know, I haven't really watched any series. I mean, well, you were speaking earlier about Getty. I watched his very short series that he's got on Paramount Plus.
Alex going with PBR.
Only the finest.
Hey, after I'm done with the
what's that always that dark one you drink, almost caramel colored?
Yeah.
You have a special glass for it and everything.
I know. Yeah. It depends. Usually in the winter, I drink like imperial stouts, so it's usually a different one each time. But yeah, it's usually something dark and thick, like me. Yeah. Well, here's the thing. Here's where I go with this. So even PBRs in 2023, these are tall boys. So these are 16 ounces. A 6-pack of these 16 ounces, $6.99. That saves me money for more records later. So
right.
So how much do those cost now?
$6.99.
Oh, I thought you said 2000 something. I didn't realize.
Oh, I totally forgot we're in 2024. Yeah, 2024. I guess they're still $6.99. So, and you can go even cheaper. They got like Natty natural
$6.99 for a 6-pack. That's not bad at all. No.
Well, in a 6-pack of Tall Boys, so
Yeah.
you're looking at, do the math, for 24 additional ounces, and even a 6-pack of Tall Boys for the classic Natty Light is $4.99. So,
I mean, I used to drink beer, but it's been got to be 30 years since I really drank beer. So.
Well, and I'm, kind of in a tough situation now with the YouTube channel because now I feel like I have to, it's like
I'm obligated.
I'm obligated, you know what I mean? Like this thing's going to kill me and I can't, it's like, yeah, it's tough. It's really tough. It's tough having a YouTube channel.
You have one really good one and then you stick with, what I call the lawnmower beers,
Yeah.
I'm drinking water because I'm out of migraine pills. So,
okay.
I don't get my prescription refilled until the 10th, so I can't drink until the 10th.
A few more days. So. Yeah, well, we're still waiting on Marsha to get back from Herman's Hermits.
Well, she thought like 8:00, right?
Yeah, she said.
Oh, is that what she is tonight? She's at that Herman Hermit show.
Yeah. At her parents' retirement village.
Right, one that started at like 4:00, like the Bob Evans special. Yeah,
yeah. Hermits. You know who Peter Noon's neighbor is?
Who's
Dennis Miller.
Oh, geez.
Yeah, when Dennis Miller used to have his talk show on radio, I used to listen to it, and he would have Peter Noon on every once in a while, just because they were neighbors. Yes, Sam, Swedes do drink beer. I can remember most I ever paid for a beer was in Sweden. Mind you, my mom retired in 96. So me and my wife, we took my mom there for her retirement as a gift. And we were out to dinner. So this is 38 years ago, right? No, 28 years ago. It was $7 US, okay, at that point. So 28 years ago for a beer, $7.
Wow.
That's a ton.
Yeah.
You know what? We got Sam rattling up all these questions.
Most you spent on a 45. Well, I'm going to say like less than $1 because that was the last time I bought a 45.
Hey, Sam, in my channel on like my about of, my email is in there. Just email me and I'll reply and I'll give you a link.
Well, you can throw a link right in here too if you want.
Do that, yeah. Why not?
Put it into a comment. I was going to say.
Yeah, you gotta be careful though for those creepers watching.
Yeah. Didn't that happen to Glenn?
Yeah, that was really weird.
There you go.
Yeah, but you have to accept them too. You have to.
Right. Yeah, I don't know what happened that night. That was just weird. That dude it looked like he was like in a dark basement with sunglasses on and just.
That was so weird.
Now, I didn't see it when it happened. You hosted the after show on Wednesday?
Yeah, I guess so. Yeah.
Where was John? Because doesn't normally John do that?
Yeah, sometimes he hasn't recently though. But we got his permission because he was like out to eat or something, and so he was okay if we did it. But yeah, it's kind of funny. It was something I was thinking about doing for a while because Glenn usually is pretty like pretty hardcore on like the 2 hour. Like once it hits like 10, it's like let's wrap it up. And sometimes like Jason and me or Sam and me, like whoever it is, are just like, we could keep going, especially Jason because he's in British Columbia. So I mean, by the time it's over, it's only 7:00 his time, and he's just getting
Trevor's time. Yeah.
Oh yeah, exactly. So we've always talked about, but we are going to think about if I do that again, we are going to run with the title, The Basement After Dark, and
nice.
We'll sort of play it as like
the Playboy After Dark.
Right. And Trevor, funny thing is, so I've been talking, and by talking I mean to myself, which means I'm crazy, but it's like when you kind of get to that point where your YouTube channel gets big enough, like obviously Marsha's blown up over like last week. Yes. Right?
It's
nuts. I'm nowhere near obviously Marsha's growth, but just over the past week since like the tag, I've jumped up almost 50 subs.
Nice.
I've gone, let's see what I've gone up.
And I know I feel like Steve, didn't you just cross over 600 like maybe a month or so ago?
Yeah, I'm at 664 now, so I've gained 30 since the vinyl tag.
Yeah, I mean, and that's great, right? Like that's the point. And Steve, actually now at this point, Steve, you have to do a contest to get Steve to 666 subs.
Well, right now.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, you want.
Right now he's at 664. He's the neighbor.
Marsha has gained 150 this week.
Yeah.
Absurd.
Yeah, I looked up earlier. I was just for shits and giggles. I looked up and I'm like, wow, she's like over 550 right now.
Well, and I don't, this is just the way the world works, I guess. But like I was looking at, granted, like she got a lot of recommendations from people in the question. But
right.
Her vinyl tag video has like almost like 3,000 views. Like,
yeah, she's at 2.6.
Yeah, like, so obviously that, it's like, obviously like she deserves all of it. It's not to say that there's any sort of shenanigans going on, but it's just like so wild how, Sam's mentioning he's like my video got like nothing, like it's very unsuccessful. And meanwhile, it's like some people theirs are getting 3,000 views.
I mean, I didn't even look to see how many views my vinyl tag. Let's see. I have 272 views. Okay. Marsha's got she's got 2,600.
Yeah.
I have 12.
Yeah, but you just posted yours.
Trevor's playing the long game,
Right. It is rather epic.
And there's no way I am not doing any of these other other vinyl tags that are, because you got Beatles, heavy metal, punk, jazz. I'm like, oh man, I've only got so much free time.
Well, for uncreative people like me, it's just free video ideas.
You did the jazz tag too, huh?
Yeah, I just posted that I guess maybe an hour or so ago.
Yeah. I mean, your vinyl tag, you've got 479 views,
which I thought was pretty good. But if you multiply that by about 8, then you get Martian numbers. So
yeah.
No, I mean it's been really fun. And granted, like I don't know, I always say it too, like I don't know how you two feel, but I guess it's one of those things like it's like you say like, oh, I don't really care about subs, or I don't really care about this, but obviously like you do, right? Like I mean people do. And so yeah, it's like cool seeing like I remember talking to
sorry, I'm laughing at Sam's thumbnail that he put up that he just asked me about. Did you see it?
Yeah, I did. Yeah, because you sent him to Wolf too, yeah?
Yeah, I sent him to Wolf too. So I'm sorry, go ahead. Finish.
Oh no. I remember I was talking to my sister, who we have joked is my creative director of my channel, which is it's just a joke. Like she just sends me bad ideas, and we laugh about them, and it's funny. And she comments on everything, but everything is like a joke, like that. Like she's just being nice and supportive. I don't think she could care less about most of the stuff. But I remember it might have been Thursday, or I'm sorry, it was Wednesday. So it was just about 4 days ago. And I was approaching, I want to say I was at like maybe 195, like 191 or 2 or something like that. And she was like, oh, that's really cool. Maybe like a few more good videos and you'll get to, 200 or whatever. And I was like, I don't know, with this vinyl tag thing, like it might happen here soon. And so that was just on Wednesday or Thursday, and I guess I'm at 232. So that worked out well. But I always wonder too, I don't know how you two feel, looking at that number, it's like I would love to see the breakdown of like other just like YouTube channels that are, friends, very supportive, right, versus like your casual person who jumps on YouTube to watch videos about music or rock and roll or records or whatever, right?
Right. Well, it's just like, I have, I think, 400 and some odd subscribers. I know that I am not going to get 400 plus views on anything unless I happen to tag something that's going to, have some kind of big outreach. I know, like Glenn was saying the other night, he hashtags all kinds of crazy shit on his, and it just makes a wider net for the algorithm, I guess. But
yeah, I don't know if that actually works. I've started doing it too, and I don't know that it works.
Yeah. So, I mean, I get what you're saying. It's just like, yeah, we try to be casual about it and be like, it's not that big of a deal. But, it is nice to have the views, have the comments, have the likes. But
actually, I'm looking at your page, Travis. Sure. You're most watched, and it's a lot. It's
Trevor
6,400 views of your unboxing of Number of the Beast 40th anniversary.
Well, yeah, but that's Iron Maiden. That's going to get into the algorithm.
Those psychopaths.
I mean, ranking Faith No More, you've got 4,800.
Yeah, and that took a long time to get traction. That took about a year, and then for some reason it took off. I don't know what the deal was, because it was like after about before that year happened, it was like at about 100 views.
Trevor, I meant to have this conversation with you. So years ago, before this was even a conceived idea, I remember this is kind of weird, but like also proves the point that we're making of like, I remember thinking of like, I was trying to get into Faith No More. It was one of those bands I was like, I could see myself getting into them, but I'm a little bit overwhelmed. Like, I'm going to search, like, let's see somebody rank these albums. And like the two I remember watching were like, I think Sea of Tranquility, like Pete and Martin Popoff did one.
Mm-hmm.
And then like, I remember like you doing like another, doing like the other, like that was, that's not really like a band that a lot of people are ranking the albums of.
Right.
And so it's so funny. Like I probably watched that, like a lot before this was even an idea. But then like when we started like connecting and I started seeing them, I was like, wait, was that the same guy that did the Faith No More ranking? Like what? This is so weird. Like this is like surreal. What was your number one? I totally forget.
The Real Thing.
Okay.
I showed it in my my vinyl tag thing. And I welcomed everyone's opinions on that. Some people think I can't believe that you went for the most commercial one as your number one. I'm like, well, hey, that's so. Yeah. But the coolest part of that video in the comments was Matt Wallace, who produced most of Faith No More's albums, commented on that.
Oh,
that's
really?
Awesome.
Yeah.
Oh, cool. I was gonna say, I was like Mike Patton dropping
what
in.
Was it? What was his comment?
He was just, because I said, about the Real Thing is when that came out, my life was in an absolute whirlwind. In a 6-month period, and again, like one video I did previous, I don't want to do like bummer alert thing, but like in a 6-month period, my mom passed away. I was graduating high school, and my dad was moving down to Tennessee to work for Saturn, all within 6 months. And it was
that's a lot of change.
Yeah. And I wasn't going down there because I didn't want to live in Tennessee. No offense to Tennessee, if anyone's watching. But
yeah, Alex, you're most popular. You're at 1,000. Your most watched video.
I'm close. Yeah, was that the live one?
Yeah, underappreciated live albums. Yeah.
okay.
5. Do you remember which 5 you chose? I know you got Supertramp Paris.
It was Paris, Coliseum Live, Alchemy from Dire Straits. Ooh.
Can't remember.
I'm struggling. Wasn't like a. I don't think it was like another Prague thing.
I mean, it cracks me up. My most popular video is an episode about a record store opening up in my hometown. Okay.
Yeah.
What? Why would people watch that? I can understand it if you're in my area, but
Yeah, I mean, I can see that on the the Facebook Being Neighborly page.
And then my next best one was ranking my Blue Oyster Cult studio albums, ranking them.
I remember that one.
So,
did you do all of them, or did you just do like 73 to, or did you do them all?
I did them all.
Where did
all the studio albums?
If you remember, I always said it doesn't have to be exact, but where did like the Symbol Remains end up for you?
Oh, Symbol Remains was pretty high.
Like high in a good way, or high towards like the bottom?
No, high in a good way. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, I've just heard so many people talk about that as like a latter career, like master, throwing that type of stuff around.
I would say of the legacy bands, it is one of the better. It's their Hackney Diamonds.
Yeah.
It really is. I mean, because to me, a lot of the legacy bands, Deep Purple did it with Whoosh. That's one of their better later day albums too, I think.
Yeah.
But a lot of them, they just put up. Well,
I really got to
heard how I feel about Alice Cooper Road. Have you heard me talk about that?
A couple times, actually. Yeah, but guess what? Turns out he's working on another one. Which like, okay, I'm obviously like great. I'm like you, where it's like I love Alice. I just think he's great. Like, yeah, it would be great if like the stuff that he was putting out was more compelling and that kind of stuff. But also it's like, I mean, he's cranking out a lot of, like he's not like, I release one album every 4 or 5 years. And part of me is like, maybe if you did, those albums would be better.
Might be better.
Right. Yeah. I mean, I obviously, big Alice fan. And yeah, that Road album, I mean, I didn't even buy it. I streamed it probably 5-10 times, and it did not click at all.
There's not one memorable song on it. I mean,
no. The only thing that's memorable is Road Rats, because it's an old song of his.
Because it's a remake, yeah. I was just going to say that. Yeah,
it's his second remake of that song. That's the second time he's redone that song.
What other album did he redo that on?
He did it on the soundtrack to Roadie.
Okay, yeah. I was going to say, I can't picture that being on another studio album.
No, it was. I just remember that the other day. I'm like, oh shit, that's right. He did do that again. So that's kind of funny. But yeah, there's nothing memorable about it. It's not that it's bad.
I mean, I normally don't like it when bands remake their own music, their own songs. Deep Purple did it on the album Abandon. They did Bloodsucker from In Rock. That's what, 26 years later, they decided to do a remake of it. And I don't know why they do that.
But no, I think your shirt with Marsha's quote on it is applicable to Road.
Yeah.
I mean, that's a perfect example of a boring record.
It is a boring album.
It's not that it's bad, it's just boring. And
yeah. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Since 2000, Alice Cooper has put out 9 studio albums. Okay, that's like one every 2.5 years. that's pretty good for a legacy act.
Mm-hmm.
Because those guys just, I mean, you look at a band like U2 who does an album every 5 years, and
Right.
I mean, let me even see what they have done the last 25 years. I don't know if you heard that, Alex, about Alice Cooper. I counted them up.
Yeah.
I mean, because U2 since 2000 have done 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. They've done 6, but I'm only going to say it's 5 because one of them's the reworking of that most recent one, Songs of Surrender, where they just, what is it? Is that all acoustic or?
Yeah, I think something like that. There's some kind of like stripped down reworkings. I don't know. Maybe Alice he'll decide that he is going to do a rework and going to call it Uglies for Me, and it's going to be a stripped down version of that period.
And then what would be a difficult standstill for Easy Action, and
I'm not I have a hard time getting into those 2 albums.
Yeah.
To me, that's one of the big leaps that any act ever made, from those 2 albums to Love It to Death.
Mm-hmm.
Sure.
It's just the quality just.
Yeah, it sounds like a different band. I mean,
I give the credit to Bob Ezrin for that. I mean,
well, yeah, and he was just, a young whippersnapper at the time. I mean, he was probably like 20, 22.
Yeah, that was recorded here.
Oh, in Chicago?
Yeah.
Okay. I did not know that.
Yeah.
It was in Toronto with Ezrin and.
Almost bet my life that was recorded here. Yeah, at the RCA Mid-America Recording Center in Chicago. So,
Steve, I forget. I'm sure you probably showed it in sometime last year, but how did you feel about if you heard it, the new Uriah Heep?
The Chaos and Color?
Yeah.
I like it. I thought Living the Dream before it was better.
Okay.
But the album before that, which is The Outsider,
mm-hmm.
I think that album is probably their best later day album.
Oh, okay.
Do you have any of those?
None of them.
Oh, okay. And also,
like this is like I feel like this topic comes up on like damn near every stream, but I guess it's a topic that I can't like resist talking about enough. Is like, there's this thing of like, oh, you're right, Heap. It's really just Mick Box and friends, right? And it's I don't know. I guess I just struggle with that because I do understand where people are coming from with that, and also it's like, if every band called it quits when one of their quote unquote original members left, died, otherwise, we wouldn't have, no one wants to complain about Rush, when their original drummer wasn't there.
Yeah.
Or whatever else. But so I mean, I think those bands are great. Another one of those bands, I'm a big Kansas fan, and Steve Walsh has been out of the band forever. Like, he can't sing anymore. He hasn't been able to sing in 20 years, right? So like, he was like, I am retiring. I can't do this anymore. And granted, they've had some other deaths and things that have happened, but the album they put out a couple of years ago, The Absence of Presence, I thought it was really, really good. And that's all you can ask for at this point in some of these bands like careers of like, are you doing stuff that's really good? Then I can buy really good. I can get behind that. So yeah, I mean, it's like Yes comes up all the time for like the prog people about the Yes situation and all that kind of stuff. And but I always think of like, if they played down the street from me, I would go see them for sure, even if it's just Steve Howe and a couple others. Like, whatever, I'm okay with that.
I mean, ideally, yes. I wish Ken Hensley was still in Uriah Heep. Well, I wish Ken Hensley was still alive, but
you could do a weekend at Bernie's with them, and
it's true.
I mean, I'm fine with what Uriah Heep has done the last 20 years. It's not what I grew up with, and it's not what I would prefer, but I'll take it instead of no Uriah Heep.
Right. Yeah.
Well, okay, no, since I've known of Uriah Heep and Kansas, but to me, a lot of those bands are kind of faceless, and I mean,
They
unless
are.
investigating, because I am
Good point.
judging books by their cover. I couldn't recognize, anyone from any of those bands. I mean, does
Yeah.
that help? Do you guys think it helps them in the long run when they're having, rotating members in a live sense?
That's a
Well, I
great
mean,
question.
they're not playing the size venues they used to play. That's for
Oh,
sure.
right. Yeah, I know.
That
Especially,
changed.
I know Kansas is like definitely in the
I mean, well,
state
you
fair.
brought up Blue Oyster Cult. I mean, in the last 20, 25 years, I've seen them in a bar that held 300 people.
Wow.
Yeah. But in the 70s, I saw them in the 15,000 seat arena.
Right.
So.
Well, I think that goes a good reminder for a lot of these conversations of like us three, as like big of fans of we are of these respective bands or music or whatever in general, like we're the minority in terms of that we do not represent the overwhelming majority of fans of this type of stuff. And so like what I mean by that is like, I mean, think about it, right? Like you're telling me like Grand Funk Railroad was selling out like what Met Stadium overnight or in a couple, but like Mark Farner could play down the street from me and I bet you 13 people would show up.
Yeah.
And because no one would connect Mark Farner to Grand Funk Railroad. So it's like, you know what I mean? Because I think like the casual listener is just like, oh no, like I like that song. That song's great, right? Like and I think you make a good point, Trevor, about like sort of the faceless like bands, right? That lack sort of like that very charismatic or recognizable front man or whatever it is. But it's true. I mean, you think of a band like Uriah Heep too. They were never big because they never really had like a huge hit, right?
I mean, Easy Living's their biggest hit,
right? Yeah,
and then probably Stealing after that.
Mm-hmm.
But especially in the U.S. I mean, they were much bigger in UK and Europe. But
yeah,
but I mean, I think a good example is Foreigner. I mean, they do big shows, but usually it's paired with someone else.
Yeah.
But again, they still do pretty good numbers. And at this point, there's literally no one in that band.
I think it's just the guitarist, right? Mick.
Sometimes not even Mick Jones is there. He does shows whenever he's up to it.
And, and I mean, though they did, have a visual, presence in the 70s, but someone like Lynyrd Skynyrd, a lot of people see that. I mean, and sometimes they do like just straight up headline shows at pretty big places. But since Gary passed away, from what I've heard, they make it known that, this is a tribute to the music, and I'm sure there's a good portion of people that realize that there's not a single original member in there, unless you really want to get into the nitty gritty of it. Was it Matt, the guy from Blackfoot?
Ricky Medlock.
Ricky Medlock, yeah.
He was original Lynyrd Skynyrd, but he wasn't on the original album. But
what I found has been interesting is a lot of these types of bands that have almost. This is the interesting thing of like bands that have like a member who leaves, or I mean, most of these people are dying, and like instead of getting like a quote unquote like worthy replacement, they'll just like use that person's like son or like the roadie, like ZZ Top. It was like, oh well, Dusty Hill's gone. Let's just we'll fill in with the tech. Okay, the tech's in the band now.
check for Marcia, Trevor. She says she. Oh, okay, there you go. There she is.
Ooh,
Hi.
change of scenery over here.
I'm at my parents' house
Okay.
because we went and saw Herman's Hermits
How
tonight.
was it?
We call it the post-hermit party.
So how was it?
It was fantastic, and I'm not being facetious.
You're not being sarcastic.
No, he's such a good entertainer. He's so entertaining. Alex, I don't know if you had heard, I was talking about it before. We went to the 4 o'clock show.
Oh yeah, the Bob Evans special.
Yes. And this is him.
Okay.
And he sounds great. He still moves around. He made a lot of jokes.
Well, he's only 76.
He's 77.
Not according to Wikipedia.
Oh, well, he himself had said he's 77 because he said, I can't do what I was when I was 76. It's very possible he has forgotten his age. But he was super entertaining, very charming. He only performed for about an hour. They did have an opening act, but an hour was enough because he performed the entire time. He did Herman's Hermit stuff, and then he covered a bunch of British invasion songs too.
I mean, they're all 2.5-minute songs anyway. So
right,
you get an hour, you're getting a lot of tunes.
And 1.5 songs in, my mom leans over and goes, "This is so much better than I had imagined it was going to be."
And thankful for the 2024 vinyl tag. Everybody and their brother and sister knows that Herman's Hermits, it's from Manchester.
They were my choice. They were my choice.
Oh, were
were
they?
Steve's choice. Yep.
Yeah.
I had to get help from Gary with that one. So,
Trevor, I've not seen yours because yours went up like right before we went to the concert, and then we went to dinner afterwards.
Yeah.
And then we came back here to my parents. I'm going to try and move this so I can block this light.
You'll
Alex,
need to eat dinner during it. That's how long this fucking thing is.
Alex, I don't have good lighting tonight.
It's fine. You look
well. It's so funny. I don't know if you can tell, but my lighting should be better for me than it usually is. I don't know if you remember on the stream on Wednesday, we were talking. There was. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Exactly. Well, it was actually very sweet of him. My brother was in the chat on the stream or whatever, and he had overnight or like Amazoned me like a really big ring light, and so it just like arrived the next day, and he was like, love you, brother, appreciate it. I was like, oh, that's so sweet. Like
that's incredibly sweet.
I would have loved like 2 records, but I'll take a ring light.
Well, no, because on the live stream, Trevor had said not everybody can have great lighting like you, Marcia. I'm like, it's a $25 ring light, which wouldn't hold up my phone.
We were talking. I mean, this is why 3,000 people have watched your vinyl tag video. They're like, that girl got lighting.
Have you not been shocked, Marcia, by the number of people who have watched yours?
I am very shocked.
Yeah.
Very shocked. And I am very shocked that everybody has been so complimentary because there are 1,000 mistakes in that video.
I don't know if you know of what's the name of the channel? Obscure Record, whatever. Guy over in England. Mm-hmm. He does it with actually FVA is always on there with him.
Okay.
But he did it the other night. I think they do it Thursday nights. So on there was a guy from Japan. I forget the name of his channel.
Oh, Mike from Ricefield Records?
No, yes, Ricefield. Yeah, from Ricefield. So he's on there. Rob Walker was on there. FVA, a couple other guys. And they asked Rob Walker, he said, have you watched all of them? He says, I've watched a lot of them. I haven't watched all of them. He says, I hope to catch up this weekend. And I asked him, they said, who is your favorite? And he says, Marcia P.
I didn't know that.
Yes.
That is awesome.
Yeah, because actually FVA had commented on one of my videos. I think when I posted the announcement for our live stream tomorrow night, he commented in there and said, hey, Rob Walker said he liked Marsha's vinyl tag the most, and he told me which channel to go to and check it out. So I sat there and watched 2.5 hours of this live chat, and then finally heard them say, yep, Marsha P was his favorite.
He left me a very nice message. And he had said, Marsha, I left you a long comment, but somehow it's disappeared. But anyways, thank you so much for all the nice words you had to say about why people should do the vinyl tag.
I mean, you gained 150 subscribers this week.
Yeah.
And you have put out
17 videos.
17 videos.
Those suckers.
But I still have a video with more views than that.
Do you really? Which one?
Yeah. I have a video with 3,400 views.
Oh, yeah. Your recent vinyl. Why would that be?
I have no idea. And that's just it, is you never know which videos YouTube's going to push.
Because you did a recent vinyl pickup. That's got 3.4. And then you did another recent vinyl pickup, and that has half of that, 1.7.
Which is still great.
Which is still great.
I mean, yeah.
Right. And then I think the following video was like my Orlando record show, which has like 400, which of the videos that I've done, I would have thought that would have had more.
Oh, actually, your vinyl tag from 2023 has 1.8 now.
Yeah, that had I think that was at 1.7 before.
Yeah, I was going to say all your new adoring fans are watching your entire archive.
But that's why, I mean, go back to earlier point. I don't know how you all are with this, but just like people you talk to, and I get it. Like, I feel like, there's a lot of people who go into like a video with like this strategic, like, oh, this is going to be a great, like, I'm going to try everything I can to make this like my highest viewed video. I'm putting so much research and work and all these things into it, and it's going to be great. And I just, and bless their hearts, like, I love that, right? But then like sometimes they'll get really disappointed and let down when it doesn't blow up like they think it will. And I think there's so much that, I mean, Marsha deserves every view and subscriber.
Oh,
and
thank you.
I want to be clear that I'm not saying like this is not like a, but for me it's like interesting. It's like I've seen people get really upset about these things. Like I'll like Glenn, for example, love the guy to death. He posted the video today of him doing like a deep dive breakdown of like the banjo, like a banjo song.
Mm-hmm.
And like he was like so like disappointed and like the lack of, he's like, oh, I want this, all these different things. And I'm like, but this is cool. Like, I think this is the coolest thing. But like, since it doesn't like blow up, it's like almost viewed as like a pseudo like failure. And I'm like, oh man, I just hope I don't know. I think like for me, it's like on the forefront of like making videos and stuff. Like I don't want to go in there thinking of like, oh, if this doesn't become really popular, then I'm going to be really disappointed.
Right.
Because I feel like there's just so much extra luck, algorithm, whatever you want to call it, that plays
we got someone knocking on the backstage door here.
Yeah, I don't know how many.
Oh,
Oh, jeez.
Banjo.
Hey, what's up? What's going on, everybody?
How you doing?
Yeah, great one too.
What's up, people?
What's going on?
I want to be clear. Like when I say I would have thought my Orlando record show video would have had more views, I'm not disappointed. The fact that there are 2 people out there that are watching my videos is amazing to me. Like I am flabbergasted that many people are interested.
Yeah.
So I can't complain about a 400 view video. I just don't understand why the algorithm picks up some things and not others.
Right,
because the one that I have 3,400 views on, there's nothing special about that video at all. Nothing. So, and I have been totally guilty of like scrapping videos and doing them and being like, I made too many mistakes. But with this video, it was the second one that I had recorded because I originally recorded it on this laptop and I couldn't figure out how to, seriously, I could not figure out how to get it out a quick time video player to even edit it. I couldn't drag it out. I kept trying to drag it and I kept opening it. And I was like, I'm going to have to just re-record this entire thing. I'm going to be here forever. Yeah. So I kind of rushed through it, tripped over my words quite a bit, said incredible about 1,600 times. And I watched it back and I'm like, I'm not happy with this, but I'm just going to put it up anyways because I can't stress myself out about it. And
it's not
there
worth
you
it,
go.
Right?
It's like I think sometimes maybe people just like the genuineness of the mistakes
Yes.
I don't worry about editing it. Oh, when I showed this book, and I'm trying to remember which video, I actually called him Sylvester Stallone. Okay. And I didn't care. I just left it in there.
But you're such a humor, Steve. People know they're just like, oh, he's just messing with this.
What's that?
I caught that. I thought you was just fucking around.
Oh.
Right. I'm like,
Yeah,
you know, people are just like, oh, that's just Steve.
That's exactly what I said. I said, oh, that's just Steve being Steve.
Oh.
Yeah. Well, in the video that I did, I said the electrical guitar. What the fuck is that? I mean, I guess if you break it down, it is electrical, but still, like, who says electrical guitar? Like it's 1953 again or something.
Your vinyl tag was really good, Masha. It's gotten a lot of hits.
A lot
yeah,
of hits.
I can't believe it.
Yeah, you've gotten a lot of exposure from it. You really have.
I showed it to my parents tonight, too.
Yeah.
I've never showed them the video, and I told my mom, I'm like, I'm going to show it to you, but you can keep your constructive criticism to yourself.
So, Masha, remember last week when it was just us three on here? When I was trying it out, and you said, you asked me, are you going to do the vinyl tag? I 100% had no idea what you were talking about. Because, like I said, I mean, I just started in August. So, the vinyl tag, I had no clue what you even meant.
Yeah.
It's really fun. I like it.
It is. And, you know, I wasn't trying to be like kiss ass and saying like, this is why I like it so much. But it does introduce you to a bunch of new channels, and new channels get to see you. And that's like, to me, it's great.
Yeah, no, I'm glad you I'm glad you said something, because I just would have been scrolling my page being, all right, what's all this vinyl tag 2024 stuff? I would have had no idea.
If I remember correctly, Alex, you had said, I'm pulling records for it right now. And I was like, yeah, I started doing that before I jumped on with Anthony.
Yeah.
So, and I saw that Trevor had his up, and then I saw, Alex, you did a jazz one. I've not watched any videos today because I, drove out to my folks and then been hanging out with them and went to the concert and everything. But
it's okay, Marsha. You don't have to watch my jazz one.
Trevor, I haven't watched yours yet.
It's only been up for about 2 hours.
Okay. So my son had a basketball game earlier tonight, and then I got screaming 13-year-olds upstairs in my house right now. So this is actually kind of good to break away for a little bit. So I haven't watched anything yet either myself. So I was, like I said, I was dying to get in here.
I saw Herman's Hermits earlier today.
Oh, how'd it go?
4:00 actually. It was incredible.
Earlier today.
Any originals left? Or?
Does it matter? Does anybody care about anybody but Peter Noon?
All right,
I prefer Mr. Hermit to be there.
Is he the only member left?
I think so. Yeah. We had the last row of seats in this very small theater in a retirement community, but everybody else looked to be younger than him. But truthfully, he moves really, really well. Hey, Mickey. And his voice is still in good shape. And he is an entertainer, no doubt about it.
Was there a lot of people at the show, or?
Well, we went to the 4:00 show.
Oh, they did 2 shows today?
And then there's a 7:00.
Okay.
Oh, okay. All right. So the diehards are there right now. The diehards are stage diving.
Is this billed as Herman's Hermits, or?
It's Herman's Hermits starring Peter Noon.
Okay, because when you look at their page, it shows members and past members, and it shows Peter Noon as a past member.
Okay.
So.
He sang all their stuff. He did a bunch, like I said, he did a bunch of British invasion songs. And then he had a band. And he was throwing out T-shirts, giving out CDs. He was a lot of fun. He was signing autographs after.
This sounds like, Steve, the Queensryche situation with
what
was it,
Jeff
Queensryche
Tate.
And then Jeff Tate's Queensryche.
Right.
Yeah. That's like Wishbone Ash too. There's Wishbone Ash and there's Martin Turner's Wishbone Ash.
Oh, yeah, there's a few of those things. Rat, Great White.
Stephen Pierce, he's by himself. Yep.
Yeah.
Is anybody into the Queensryche without Jeff Tate?
I haven't listened to it.
Really?
I freaking love it.
I haven't either. I love Jeff Tate's voice.
Mhm.
I love it.
Really, you love it.
Really, I haven't even heard anything yet. Alex.
No, I think the 3 records or 4 records maybe now.
Sorry, guys.
What's that?
I think the better question is,
What's that, Anthony?
Am I even
It's
into
probably
Queensryche
Anthony. He's
yet?
probably betting on some horse race.
what gives you that idea? The gambler in his name?
Oh, man.
Yeah.
So this arrived in the mail. I have it on the album now.
Yeah. I've been seeing you've been whoring that out to everybody in the feed.
Yeah.
Feed.
I got a copy.
Marsha got a
Steve,
copy.
it's actually
She didn't
good,
even
dude. I
it
like
that
it.
much.
So are you like what Matthew Street is to the Midnight Callers?
Kind of seems that way, doesn't it?
I made
Yeah.
poor man's version of that. That's for sure. Yes.
Mhm.
Although Matthews, he's somewhat related to them in regards to like marketing or something, right?
I had asked him that, and he's really not. He's just he told me, he says there's just a band I like that are near my area that play. He said I'm just trying to help him out because I had originally said to him, "Is one of these guys your nephew?" And he said, "No." He says I'm not related to anybody, and so yeah, but
I could see that though being like the local hometown heroes though.
See, I thought he was related to them in terms of a business venture, that he was their marketing manager or something.
Oh, I mean, maybe he knows them now. I mean, I don't know if that's, kind of after the fact once he started kind of carrying the torch for him, but.
Because I know Larry was doing the video saying we need to help out.
That was for that vote for Little Steven's Underground for the best song of the year.
Yeah. But he was saying like help out Matthew Street. That's I guess maybe why.
Well, that's because Matthew was without power for 2 days because they had those storms.
Oh, that's right.
And so he couldn't go on and post and let people know to get out and vote again. So actually, I think Rachel did it too. Rachel.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, mentioned it on her stream. So.
Well, I've told you all about my weekend. So what is everybody else up to?
Just hanging out with all my friends.
Yeah. Trevor, you've got the place to yourself?
Yeah. The girls are up in Seattle overnight. So
oh, that's fun.
It's just me and some dogs filled with CBD cookies.
Oh my
God. Even the dogs love their weed in Seattle, huh?
Well, it's more for me to, them to leave me alone while I do it.
So. What was that? We heard the horse race trumpet.
Yeah.
Anthony,
was that's my ringtone.
Oh, okay.
That's my ringtone on my phone.
Oh, I thought that was for your sports book.
I was gonna say, is that your bookie calling you?
Yeah. No, you guys. No, I don't have a bookie anymore. I use the DraftKings app, so no need for a bookie.
Is it your DraftKings notification?
Well, yeah. I mean, you're the expert on this. Is the concept of a bookie even relevant anymore?
Absolutely, Trevor. And I explain to you why. Because a bookie will never be out of business because pure degenerates, they're all fucking broke. They don't have money. You don't need money to call a bookie. DraftKings, the money.
I can tell you it's true.
It's very easy to pick up the phone and say, "Give me 500 on the Green Bay Packers," but if you're using an app, the money physically has to be in your account. Right. So before the football season, I put a chunk of change into my account, and at the end of the year, I'll tally up. Whatever's there is there, and that's how I'll go. I got rid of my bookie this year, as a matter of fact.
Okay.
Were they upset?
Yeah, I mean, any degenerate gambler who says that they constantly win is a fucking liar. I'll tell you that much. But I mean, I hold my own. I mean, I've been betting on sports a long, long time. But I am not one of those people. Oh, I won. No, that doesn't work that way. Anybody who tells you that, just tell them to keep walking. I don't have time for that bullshit. I can see right through someone like that. And
as a sports gambler, Anthony, is your favorite movie starring Keanu Reeves and called Hardball, set in Chicago, where Keanu Reeves it's basically like the Chicago horrible version of the Mighty Ducks, whereas like
no,
a
I haven't even seen that.
What movie?
My
is that?
favorite gambling movie is Let It Ride with Richard Dreyfuss.
Oh, that'll work too. Yeah.
What
See, I would
movie?
have thought it would have been The Sting.
What movie is that with Keanu Reeves?
So it's called Hardball. It's basically like the worst, and we'll call it the more urban version of the Mighty Ducks, where it's like this idea of like, oh, this guy who's like a sports gambler who gets like arrested or gets like a DUI or something. I forget what it is. He's sanctioned, he's sanctioned in court to community service, so he has to coach this like all black Little League baseball team. And
it's a gambling / white savior movie.
It's a gambling / white savior complex in the best of ways. And and it's like, of course, they're all just like, terrible, but then in pure Mighty Duck fashion, he makes them all super great. But then also there's like this gambling addiction thing going on too. And of course he falls in love with like somebody's mom, because that always happens.
He's pretty years.
Bears too.
It kind of got that kind of vibe to it too. But what's so funny is like there's this scene where it's just a terrible, terrible movie. But there's this scene where the pitcher listens to his Walkman. That's what he knows. Like this is early 2000s. The pitcher listens to his Walkman while he's pitching, and he always listens to the Notorious B.I.G. And Big Papa. He's like, the song is like, I love it when you call me Big Papa. So he's always listening to it. Whenever he listens to that song, he does really well. And so then the coach of the other team is like, this isn't safe. What if there's like something that happens and he doesn't hear it because he has his Walkman headphones on? So then the umpires make him take his Walkman off, and you can't listen to Big Papa by Notorious B.I.G. anymore. Then everybody's freaking out. So then what happens, Marcia? The whole team and all the fans start singing, I love it when you call me Big Papa. Throw your hands in the air if you're a true player. And so therefore he strikes out the kid and everybody wins and goes.
There's nothing more than I love in a movie than a planned spontaneous dance number or a planned spontaneous singing number.
And if you never thought you'd see Keanu Reeves singing Biggie, you're wrong.
I see Sammy Sosa had a cameo in this, huh?
He sure did, which is funny because here's the thing. What was so funny about this as a baseball fan, Sammy Sosa did have a full-ass cameo because they went to a game in Chicago. Now, here's the thing. If you go to a game in Chicago to see Sammy Sosa, what field are you going to be at?
Going to be at Wrigley.
You're going to be at Wrigley. You think that scene, oh my gosh, I'm like, where'd y'all film this? That seemed like day one stuff. It was clearly not Wrigley. But.
It was bad timing for them. This came out 3 days after 9/11.
Oh, that's why I don't know. You know what else happened 3 days after 9/11?
9/14.
What?
I turned 30.
Yeah, okay.
And my boyfriend told me his cancer was back. Yeah.
Your boyfriend told you what?
For me.
Your boyfriend told you what?
The cancer's back. Yeah, it was a great week for me.
So you didn't see Hardball?
No. Not at all.
And what happened to him?
Don't know. He dumped me a couple years later.
Okay.
On 9/11, I really wish I would have had one of the promo posters of it because that was on a Tuesday. So that's a new release day. And I really wish I had one of the promo posters for it was Slayer, God Hates Us All. Yep. Came out on September 11th, 2001.
Oh, wow.
And the other fun fact, Trevor, in metal history with this is Dream Theater live scenes from New York.
Yep.
Was scheduled to come out, and the actual drawing on the cover of this was live scenes from New York, and it was the Twin Towers on fire.
Yeah.
And they had to withdraw the cover because I think that was supposed to come out on.
Some did, make it out.
Yeah.
They didn't know that day, so they get it recalled.
Oh God, no, yeah. I mean, that stuff's made months. Steve knows those decisions are made months in advance.
I just entered that. I just entered that on my calendar, Marcia. What's everybody else's birthdays? Trevor, what's yours?
Well, we had a live stream on one of them.
October 15th.
Yes.
What was it?
October 15th.
October 15th. I remember. Now, Trevor, you have to tell us. I am now your favorite of the two of us.
Expect me to remember that.
Absolutely.
Birthday. Repeat.
And Bob Dylan's Love and Theft came out on 9/11.
Did it?
Mm-hmm.
Oh yeah, that's right. I do remember that. When's your birthday, Alex?
March 1st.
March 1st?
Somebody's coming up.
What are you going to be, 34?
Yes.
And then,
oh my God, God bless you.
No.
And Anthony, you're a birthday twin with my dad.
He's a Leo.
Yeah, 8/12. That's my dad.
Maybe I'm a Leo.
Absolutely. Yep, August 12th. That's me. Yep.
Anthony falls right in between my dad and my sister. My dad is August 3rd, and my sister is August 21st.
And when's yours, Marsha?
September 14th.
That's okay. So now,
wait, didn't we have
all that was happening in your life, and it was your birthday?
Sorry. Yeah. Now, didn't we do a live stream on your birthday too?
No, we did my birthday, I think this year was on a Thursday. We just did it a couple of days later.
Okay.
Because Steve had posted on my birthday, Steve had posted about what a great year 1971 was. And I responded in the comments like, yeah, 1971 was a great year. Actually, I was born on this day in 1971. And that's when he was like, what? Birthday girl? Doing a live stream Sunday. So
yes, your birthday was on a Thursday. Your birthday was a Thursday this year. You get a Saturday this year because it's a leap year this year, so we get an extra day added in there.
So that means when you're here, Steve, in March, I'll be celebrating my birthday month. So it's like the whole.
Are you one of those people that does the whole birthday month?
I will if you're here.
So you're going to Columbus then to meet up with Alex and Gary?
Yeah, that's the 16th, right?
The 16th, and it's a Saturday. Oh gosh, St. Patrick's Day weekend too. That might be a mess.
Oh shit.
Ooh.
Oh, we're
in a college town too.
Well, there's
beer night.
And that's for KK's Priest.
KK's Priest and LA Guns.
Yeah.
That's a weird combination.
Yeah, a little bit. But I didn't realize LA Guns is still rocking with Tracy and Phil. Like they still got
Vance.
Because weren't they also one of those bands that had like they had like LA Guns and then what, Los Angeles Rifles or something? Whatever they call themselves.
They do have two working entities, yeah.
Well, and I do have, if y'all remember my very first Vinyl Community intro video, I do have Phil Lewis's autograph some way on the Girl record, because Phil Lewis was in Girl with Phil Collin, who would later join Def Leppard. And so I bought the Girl record, I think Sheer Greed, and it has Phil Lewis's autograph on there, oddly enough.
Hey Sam, why are you hitting up on Anthony?
Come on, don't make him jealous, Sam.
So didn't somebody else want to meet up with you guys, Steve?
What's that?
I did.
I thought there was somebody else in Ohio that wanted to meet up with you guys.
No. Well,
in Columbus? No, I don't think so.
I tried to organize a Vegas trip.
That's right.
I asked Steve and Anthony. Okay, turns out that Scotland is postponed.
Oh no, I'm sorry to hear that.
Really official.
Yeah, so on Christmas Eve, I'm hanging out with a friend of mine who lives here. He's also from Michigan, but he lives out here now. He's a big Scorpions fan, and he's just like, hey, they're doing a residency in Vegas. You want to go? I'm like, well, I have all this time available, so a weekend in Vegas? Sure, why not? And then I'm like, hold on getting the tickets. There's a few people I want to ask first to see it. So, but yeah. Now, Anthony, what you said you were going to be in Aruba?
I'm going to be in Aruba, yeah. So I was originally supposed to go in July to Aruba, but April vacation, apparently a bunch of that school vacation week for my kids and the entire Boston area. So of course, all of my all their friends are also going to Aruba. So they're like, can we just, switch the trip? That way we can go and be with our friends. So, and I don't know if you guys, has any of you ever been to Aruba? It's unreal. It's beautiful. So
I've been to Barbados, but not Aruba.
Aruba's fantastic. So I'm like, yeah, let's just switch it. So we're going to be there for 10 days.
Right on. And then I asked Steve, and he's just like, I just hate Vegas.
Yeah.
You hate Vegas?
I hate Vegas.
Oh, Steve, what do you hate?
You just triggered the betting man.
To me, yeah, I know. I was saying to myself, don't say it, Trevor.
Steve, I'm right there with you.
It's to me, it's the worst of what America has to offer.
All right, I'm logging off now.
Okay, first of all, the worst of what America has to offer is Florida. Marcia, you're up.
Oh God!
I mean, no. You know why? Because it is an early January night, and I have the windows open.
Nice.
I was shoveling snow today.
It's snowing here right now.
Argue with me on how terrible that is.
It does.
Awful.
Yeah, then you've got 6 months of bad hair with the humidity.
I mean, the hair is bad right now. It rained earlier today.
Steve, did you say that Marcia has bad hair 6 months out of the year?
Because I have
the other day.
I have wavy curly hair.
And the humidity is awful for that.
Yeah. And it was humid today because it rained earlier this morning. But again, I have the windows open and it's early January. Like, I can't complain about that. That's the only reason to live here is December, January, February, March.
Yeah.
Absolutely. And it more than makes up for, I'm not going to get into politics, but more than makes up for all the other
makes up for this things.
But I understand where Steve's coming from, because it's like when you're at an arena concert and you're in the concourse just milling around and it's like just compact and all that. That's what Vegas is like, just trying to walk around the place. You
can't even see down the strip anymore. It's all overloaded now. It's completely different. It's totally overloaded now.
For me, what I don't like about it is it's just too much of an attack on all of my senses at one time. Yeah, visually, audibly, I can't. It's just, I don't know where to look. I don't know.
Yeah, I can imagine Mickey with his hair down in Florida.
Mickey, I have in right now. I have in a defrizzer. Like, this is my hair with a defrizzer in it.
But Vegas, like a lot of these cities, though, it's like working to find like the underbelly of what used to be, right? Like going to like the Golden Nugget and like down like Fremont Street, like all that. Like that's what I want to do. Like, I don't have any interest in being on the Strip or doing that stuff. But whenever I go, which is like once every like 4 years. It's like I go to Fremont Street. I go back to like making me feel like I'm in Vegas of like the 80s.
Well, that's where we're planning on staying. We're planning on staying at the D.
You would.
Which, for me and my friend, it's going to be great because it's from a guy that, is from Detroit. It's got an American Coney Island in it.
Oh, my God.
So,
all right. I might want to meet you guys out there. My uncle lives out there. He's from Detroit too.
I haven't been out there in 7 years. 2016 was the last time I was there. So my best friend moved out there from Boston he's a civil engineer, and he moved out there and he got married out there in 16, and that was the last time I was there. So I do have the itch to go, but I was talking with Trevor earlier. Like, if I'm flying across country, like a lot of people, they only go for like 3-4 days. No, I need 7. Wow. If I'm flying cross country, I need to be there for a full week.
Yeah.
Well, yeah. I mean, you go for 3 days. The first day is traveling there, and the third day is traveling back.
True. Absolutely. You're right, Al. You're right, Alex.
So when we went out there, we flew into Vegas, stayed with my uncle, and I met my parents and my sister and her kids and husband out there. They flew in from Detroit. I flew in from Orlando. We went to my aunt and uncle's for 2 days, and then we went to Sedona for 2 days, and then we did Grand Canyon for
That's good. So you separated
3
it.
days, and then we went back to Vegas for another 2. So it was perfect to break that up.
Yeah, that's good. If you have shows planned, you did the right thing.
Yeah. And, my nephews at the time were like in high school. So it wasn't like there was a ton of stuff we could do. My sister and I did take them to the Liberace exhibit at one of the hotels. They had no idea who he was.
Oh my God.
So we had to explain to him, like, this is Liberace, da 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 da. And they loved all the outfits and stuff. They thought that was great.
Yeah.
But they still had no clue.
Before we get on with Vance's question, like what we're planning on doing, obviously we're going for the Scorpions. The day that we get there, we're hoping to go see Love, the Beatles.
Beatles at the Mirage.
Yeah, we want to go there because I know the Mirage is going away. So
yeah,
we get there before that goes away. And then I think the day that we're leaving, we're going to try to go in early to the Punk Rock Museum.
That's cool.
Check that out. But yeah, so Vance puts up a pretty good question because it's a new venue. And I mean, in time-wise, it's new, but in the aesthetics, it's a new thing. You guys know anything about the Sphere?
I mean, I know U2 was there, but I also have heard criticism that it's basically just turned into this huge advertising billboard in the middle of the strip.
Right. Yeah.
Okay. On the outside. But
on the outside. I guess it's become quite the eyesore to like.
I think I saw the rate for that is $450,000 a week if you want to use it as
I mean, because they're selling things like Skechers and computers and cell phones.
I would 1,000% see a show there, but caveat would be how much it cost, all that kind of stuff. But I think I think U2, regardless of how you feel about them as a band, I think they were a good choice of sort of like kicking this off, because I think the success of that as a music venue is going to be the artists that sort of marry all the arts, right? The sound, the visuals, I mean, he would never probably like sell it out or anything, but like a Peter Gabriel would be great for that sort of venue, right? Like it's all about the all-encompassing.
Yeah, because it's not just about one thing.
Yeah, because I know a lot of people were like, it was really entertaining and it's a complete spectacle, but like the stage is just like 4 dudes on a stage. Like there's no, actual like stage thing going on. But I mean, that would be crazy. And of course I would go see a show there, depending on who it was or whatever.
Well, has anyone posted any footage of YouTube?
Oh,
yeah.
YouTube.
It's been on YouTube. You can find it. Yeah.
Yeah. But I mean, who that you guys would want to see there? That would utilize that venue.
Well, Roger Waters doing The Wall would be great there.
Whoa. Yeah. Imagine those hammers.
Oh God, yeah.
My wife is going out there next month. It's a girls' getaway.
Where's she staying, Steve?
Well, I think
I forget.
For
I don't remember. I mean, she'll tell me the day she's leaving.
I mean, I've seen U2 plenty of times. There's no reason for me to go and see them if Larry Mullen isn't playing with them.
Well, I mean, talk about having a long run with the original members.
Oh, I think they are the longest band now, aren't they? Or the longest band with its original lineup now?
Yeah, at this point.
Probably.
I think it was ZZ Top, and then it came down to U2.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
I mean, and they have been together since they were like 17.
Right.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah, I just always think of recording terms. So that first album came out in 1980. So yeah.
Yeah, and they were together for 3 years prior to that even. Yeah. So it's really, really quite remarkable when you think about it.
Mm-hmm.
I never got into the band. Don't yell at me. I really haven't. U2 doesn't do anything for me.
Yeah.
That's cool.
I just never could get into them. A bunch of my friends like them, but I don't know what it is. I saw Tony Bennett there, 1994 at the Stardust, Sam. Tony Bennett was unreal. 1994.
My first time going to Vegas, it was in 2000. Is for my sister's wedding, and all my family went to the Luxor to see this new thing called the Blue Man Group.
Yeah,
and I'm like, that's all cool, but fuck that. I'm going across to the MGM to see Tom Jones.
Oh, nice.
First of 4 times seeing Tom Jones, and it was awesome. Just a little theater that probably held maybe 600-800 people in cabaret style. It wasn't even seats. It was like
tables and candles.
Yeah. Anthony will appreciate
that sounds incredible
because he's a sports guy. But the last time I was there, I was there with my uncle's company. I just got kind of brought along because I was working for my uncle, and they're like, "Oh yeah, he can come along." But it included Celine Dion at Caesars, which was, outstanding. And she's got
unreal. She's phenomenal.
She's got a lot of shit going on. I don't think she's ever going to sing it.
No, she's done.
She has been at Caesars for what now? 14, 15 years?
Yeah, she's been here a long time.
If not longer, because when I went to Vegas,
this was 10 years ago. So
2003, I think she was just starting her residency.
Yeah, and I think I was there. Yeah. So we did that, and she was outstanding. And then there was this private club thing in the Bellagio that we were on the guest list for that we got in. I think it was
Moon.
What's that?
Was the nightclub called Moon?
It might have been. It was pretty club. We're talking, guy with the clipboard with the velvet ropes and everything. I want to say table minimum, to get a table for 4, it was $1,000. And
bottle service.
Whoever we were with were paying mega bucks, but I'm sitting there. And we're going, they're just, getting bottles of Grey Goose to the table, delivered all these different things. And all of a sudden we look over to the DJ and of course it was one of these weird places, all the dancers, everybody were in those masks. What was the, what's the movie with Tom Cruise where with all the weird masks? It's 4 hours long.
Eyes Wide Shut.
Eyes Wide Shut.
Eyes
Wide Shut. It was that kind of situation where it was everybody had these masks on, and the DJ goes, "Everybody, please welcome to the stage the great one." And here comes fucking Wayne Gretzky.
Wow.
Oh shit.
Walking to the stage with 2 around each arm, and we're 30 feet away from him. And I'm sitting there going, I'm like, what world am I living in right now? I was like, this is the weirdest. I was like, this is the weirdest thing. But
Vegas was the shit back in the day.
Freaking Wayne Gretzky's right there.
Okay, old guys like that, like Tony Bennett. I saw Frank Sinatra, Anthony. Saw him in '83.
Okay.
And then saw Engelbert Humperdinck. And I saw Tom Jones too. Trevor, yeah. Saw him once. He was great live, man.
Oh, I saw him, God, when was it? 2017, 2018 here in Seattle. Still has it. There you go. You treat yourself right, you can keep going, So
Frank would no-show all the time out there, though. People were fucking pissed.
Mm-hmm.
Back in the day, that was the one thing about Sinatra. He would no-show all the time. He was notorious for that bullshit.
Yeah, well, but that was also during a time when Vegas was affordable to go to. They would, make everything cheap to get people in there to come gamble to lose all their money. But now, it's it's family friendly for the most part. Everything's so expensive. So now a residency, famously Adele, sold all these tickets, and all these people are, flying in to see her, and she cancels out. I think she canceled out the residency altogether.
Yeah.
Wow.
I don't even know if she got a class action lawsuit or, if everyone just automatically got refunded. But it's not just the tickets. It's, your airfare, your hotel. If that was the only thing you were going to do. Oh, shut up.
The dogs need more weed. Get them. They're begging for more weed, Trevor.
Or Doritos.
So, Trevor, I lucked out.
Both.
before I was married, my dad used to work for United Airlines. So,
right. Yeah, you talk about that. Yeah.
So I used to fly for free all the time. I mean, I've been there 24 times. I know the place better than Boston. And if me and my friends, if we were bored in Boston, we were like, oh, fuck it, let's just go to Vegas.
Mm-hmm.
But before in 2005, I proposed to my wife out in Vegas, right at the Bellagio fountains. And she's the one that got me to go see Celine Dion.
Okay.
And I was never a fan of Celine until I saw her live.
Right.
And I've seen her 4 times now. She's ridiculous. Her voice is as close to flawless as you can get.
Right.
She's magnificent live.
Oh, I am undeniably not denying that she isn't talented. She just doesn't sing songs that I like.
Right. Oh, you have to like her music. I agree.
You know,
but for someone like me, I mean, that was like the first concert where I went to where I was like, wow, is she lip syncing or is she just really that good? And she was really that good.
You know, I would really love it if she did something like, I'm gonna sing the Cole Porter songbook. I'd be like, absolutely, I will go and see that. I just don't like.
You don't want to go see Beauty and the Beast?
Yeah, exactly. Or My Heart Will Go On. Like, it's just that she does do that one Jim Simon song, All Coming Back to Me.
Yeah.
I'll give it up for that.
The Show Must Go On by Queen. It's good.
Oh, she does that?
Oh my God. Take a listen to Celine sing Show Must Go On. Phenomenal.
Wow. Okay.
But everything else is just she can stand to pull it back a little bit because she really likes to go big.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, of course.
Not everything calls to go big.
I mean, she is French.
No, she's Canadian.
She is from Quebec. And they are French.
I don't know who it was that commented on my page for what I listened to for the week. And he said, December 11th through December 15th, I listened to my wife nag.
It's a great record.
It's probably you're not owning them.
Steve, I didn't comment on that video, but if I did comment on that video, and I still might, to give you the likes and the interactions, it seemed to be very heavy in some classic bangers, as they would say. I mean, you're obviously talking about how it was like a nostalgic, like go back to what you grew up on.
Oh, this week, yeah.
And I was just sitting there. I was just like, bangaroo, bangaroo, bangaroo.
Yeah, that's all it was. Yeah.
You put that out today. I haven't watched it, so
yeah, it did go out this morning. Yeah, so it was what I listened. But I mean, it was just Alice Cooper, Black Sabbath, Deep Purple, Grand Funk, Uriah Heep, just all that stuff.
Steve, you're gonna love my new video idea that's coming here in a couple weeks.
Ooh.
Well, over the next couple weeks, it's gonna be a series because I'm not gonna just do it in one video. But it's not like a completely original. None of it's original, but it's like a very common thing of like, okay, it's January. Let's talk about albums that are celebrating anniversaries, right? Like, Glenn did like 24 of 2020, like that kind of stuff. So I knew I was going to do something, but I didn't know what. So when Glenn posted, I was like, ooh, I think I'll do something similar. So I looked at my whole, my sheet, my database, if you will. I was like, all right, let's pull everything I have from 1974. And I was like, there's no way I can just do 24. Like, I would feel so bad. Like, I just can't do it. So then that number kept growing and growing and growing. So I'm thinking at this point, I'm going to do, theme is going to be 50 at 50. So I'm going to do my top 50 albums celebrating 50 years. And I'm going to chunk that up either into like, 50 to 41, or maybe I'll do 20 per, whatever it is, but to kind of chunk it out over the next couple weeks. So
how many did you whittle it down to?
50.
50.
I was looking, I have 132 in my collection.
Wow.
From 74.
From 74.
But, it's like a handful of those are like, like comps. Some of them are like, so it's like, some of them are like, latter era ish, you know. So it's like I have Spooky Tooth the Mirror, you know. It's like fine for what it is. It's not going to make the cut.
I have a suggestion.
Yeah. Oh, I have that album too. But...
Yes, Marsha, you have a suggestion?
I do, and I'm not going to steal your idea.
So please do. It's not really. It's not an original thought.
You don't listen to music podcasts, do you?
I don't listen to podcasts in general, but no, okay. I don't.
So there's this podcast out there. It's very popular. It's called 60 Songs About the 90s.
Okay.
And it's done by Rob Harvilla, who lives in Columbus, Ohio.
Rob Harvilla?
Yeah.
Is he like somebody of importance or yes, like outside of the... Okay.
He's a music critic. So he started this podcast during the pandemic, 60 Songs About the 90s. Well, it was so popular that he did even more and more and more. So then it became even more 60 songs of the 90s. So you should do like 20 songs of, or 20 albums of 1974 and then like 20 more albums, like if you get the views, you know?
Yeah, that's a good point. Yeah, well, that's where it started. Of like, I just can't, I know I have a really hard time ranking anything. I don't know if other people have that, but like, it's one of those things like I love other people's ranking videos. Like I like anytime I can watch, even if I completely disagree with them, I don't care. I just love to see how people explain and their experiences. Like I just love that. And then I started thinking to myself, like, okay, immediate example, Steve, I know this is one of your favorite albums of all time. It took me till tonight to decide whether or not one of my favorite bands released 2 albums in 1974. And sometimes when bands release 2 albums in the same year, it's like maybe one's good, one's okay, or one's great and the other one's good. But rarely is it 2 albums in the same year that are both like fire.
So is it Deep Purple?
Deep Purple is one of them. I mean, Stormbringer and Burn are both going to be up there. But the other is Queen. Queen 2 and Sheer Heart Attack are my 2 favorite Queen albums by far. Yeah. And every day I go back and forth with which one I like more.
Yeah,
and I have an answer now.
Both bands have been brought up in the tags I've seen.
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm.
For the record, Queen 2 is my favorite.
And spoiler alert, that's where I'm going to, but Sheer Heart Attack is not far behind.
I'm counting up my albums from 1974 because you have how many?
I think 132.
Okay. Wow. That's a lot, man.
Yeah.
But he's including comps, and you're not a big comp guy.
No, I'm not including comps.
Yeah, so like Alice Cooper's greatest hits is in 74.
Right.
Diana Ross and Supreme's anthology is 1974, which is great. I just don't know if it's going to make the cut. You know?
Right.
Oh, are you talking about like those Motown anthologies? Like
it's like a triple. And I love, I mean, on my Beatles tag, I did, and it reminded me because I listened to the record shortly thereafter. I was doing the Beatles tag, and the question was about like a Beatles cover song. I showed the Vanilla Fudge debut. And I was like talking about it, and I was like, God, I love this record. And I went back and played it, and I was like, God, I love the song "You Keep Me Hanging On," and their version of it just like this is just so good.
Right.
So yeah, that's good stuff.
But so Alex, with those 132 albums, are you gonna actually go back and listen to all of them and then do a ranking, or you just gonna go on the fly?
I'll go on the fly. Yeah, I won't.
All right.
Yeah, I mean, and some of them are gonna be hard. And I mean, it's tough too. Like, where I struggle the most with ranking is cross genres, right? Like, how do you really compare or rank a Deep Purple versus a Miles Davis?
Right.
Like,
that's easy.
Right. You can't.
Yeah, I know it's easy for you, Marsha P. You hate both equally. But
No, I like Deep Purple. Why do you think I have In Rock?
That's the one to have.
Just like Steve's so shocked I've got volume 4.
Now I need you to do a video of you singing Child in Time.
That'll never happen.
You have to give the people what they want. Yeah, so but that's the thing, Anthony. You make a great point of like I don't have the grown-up sort of experience with these albums the way like the Steves of the world do, where it was like Steve was there when each of these came out, and got a chance to listen to them live and over the years and all that kind of stuff.
I think there's value to that. There's good and bad to both, because I think there are definitely, at the time, like, I'm just trying to think, like, so like the Spice Girls, for example, somebody had brought that up as an album that everybody has. I couldn't stand the Spice Girls when they came out. I'm still not on board with them. But if I were an 8-year-old today and I heard the Spice Girls, I probably would love them. But I heard them when I was
Spice up your life.
27. So I was past that.
Saw them.
Yeah. So I think there's good and bad to all of that.
Yes, 1000%. And one of the things I think is interesting, Steve, I would love to know your thoughts on this. Not to say that you're like the resident old guy here, but
173.
Yeah. Okay. See, there you go. I'm curious what you have. Well, maybe we'll exchange lists. You got it in Excel, obviously. I put mine in a sheet as well. I'm curious what you have. One of the things I think is so interesting is like people my age are like, wow, could you imagine like growing up with like Led Zeppelin, Deep Purple, like being in your like formative years and hearing these albums the first time? And then what I think is interesting is the other side of that, of like, I'll say the Steves of the world who did grow up with the music, but then people like me or somebody else are hearing that music for the first time again. And there's like the sense of jealousy there of like, man, like if I could go back and hear, Live at Leeds for the first time, I'm jealous of the person who gets to do that now. You know what I mean?
But I can still remember the first time I heard Live at Leeds. And I wasn't 1971, but I still was. I mean, I still remember looking at that playlist and going, why the fuck do I want to listen to this? And I passed it up and passed it up and passed it up and passed it up. I'm like, I don't want to hear Summertime Blues. And then I listened to it and I was like, this is my favorite fucking band of all time. And
is
there's
true?
still, yes, The Who are my favorite band. The Who are my mom's favorite band.
You know what album I really like, by the way, is Who.
That newest one?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
I've not listened to any of their new stuff.
How much I like that because the Endless Wire absolutely sucked.
I remember it was off one of those, like, I don't know if it was Sound Divine, like it's probably Sound Divine, like it was one of those like buy a record for $5 sort of like sales that some online store did, and that was one of them. And I had no interest in it before. I just thought it was like a over the hill like past thing, and so I bought it and I listened to it and I was like, you know what? I really like this. This is good. Yeah.
I was like, I can't listen to any new material that they put. Like, it was one thing that Keith Moon had died, because I didn't really know who the Who were then. But when John Entwistle died, I was like, I can't listen because they'll never be as good as they were with both of them in there.
What was the decade that everybody picked? I mean, I obviously picked the 70s.
80s.
How many 70s?
Just me.
Just
the rest were 80s.
Just you and me. Trevor, you were the 80s?
80s, yeah.
Marsha was the 80s. Anthony, you were the 80s?
Yeah, 80s.
Okay. All right.
Yeah,
well, all three of you are of that age.
Well, yeah, and I even credited you on that.
You did. Thank you for the shout out. I did see that, yes.
That, when you're 13, 14, that's pretty much when you start grasping.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
So, I mean, I guess it'd be tough if you're, from like 79 and turning 13, you get.
I mean, it's okay. I turned 14 in 1970. So the 70s are my decade, but it's like Glenn is only 3 years older than me. But for him, it was the 60s. I mean, 3 years is a big chunk of time when it comes to music.
Right.
And
and that there was so much. I don't know. If you listen to some from 1961 to 1969, well, hell, even look at the Beatles and their short career, how different they from their first record,
their
last record. There's a lot, but then again, I mean, I guess you could say that for every decade. 71 sounds a lot different than 79, and so on and so forth.
But I feel like outside of hyperpop, I don't notice much of a difference between any indie band that released a record in 2001 versus an indie band that's releasing a record today. Maybe
Right.
that's just me. Maybe I'm just not evolved enough. But
Mhm.
like, what's the big record that everybody like right now that everybody's talking about? Like what the Boy Genius record, for example. That fucking record could have been released in 2002 for sure.
I don't
And
know.
I wouldn't know anything different.
I know of them, but I haven't heard them. I know it's Phoebe Bridgers,
Yeah.
Bridgers,
and a couple other.
Have
Julian
you heard
Baker,
it, Alex?
and oh yeah, and I'm a huge Phoebe Bridgers fan. I love her.
But I still kind of think that could be released 20 years ago, and I wouldn't really know. I will kind of, I will say that there is this trend in the last 10 years where you've got a bunch of women singers who sing really softly and
Yes.
kind of whispering, like
Yes.
they're so emotionally spent they cannot sing in
Yes.
full voice.
Well-
That seems to be a trend, and I think all three of them fall into that. But the
Yes.
musicality of it all and the songwriting could have totally been from 20 years ago.
Hey,
I wouldn't know the difference.
Anthony, what do your kids listen to?
Oh, my son listens to everything I listen to. My daughter is all Taylor Swift, Olivia Rodrigo, but my daughter's young. I mean, she's 10. But my son is Metallica, Megadeth. My son is me. Whatever I listen to, he's absorbing it all, which makes me happy.
Yeah.
So on the way over to my parents today, it's like an hour and a half drive. I listened to Bohemian Like You by Dandy Warhols twice, and I was like, oh, this is such a good album. I could still think of that being released today, and it's still being a hit.
Yeah.
So are you good? So a question for you, Marcia. Are you kind of trying to think of like you're talking about like Boy Genius and like, oh, I could see this being released 20 years ago or whatever. Are you seeing that of like the music hasn't evolved like it should, or is that it's more like what's the
Well, I mean, like rock is kind of dead. Like rock in and of itself has not changed much from like 2001 to today because it's not the main thing anymore. It's hip hop. Hip hop has evolved a lot. Pop has changed. There's hyper pop, but like white people like music like that we like, it's not changed. It's to me it's at a standstill.
What's the name of the Boy Genius album?
The Record.
The Record?
Yeah, The Record.
Wow, that's
kind of like the Joan Jett album. That's
I'll say this about the Boy Genius. I think the Boy Genius, we're not going to call it craze because it's not like they've blown up like Taylor Swift or anything like that. But I think, and I like them, and I like that record. But the music is almost secondary. They are very important and impactful because of who they are and the message they're making of we are three like queer women who are getting together who make similar music, and we're a super group now and putting this stuff out. And it's great stuff. And it has like the larger social impact outside of just like the music stuff. But like,
they're not for me. I don't want to hear their fucking politics.
Yeah, well, and they're not. It's not like necessarily a political thing, but just based on like individually, they were people who were viewed in their communities in a certain type of way, and then they came together and they're like, all their fans went crazy about it. So like, it's a different sort of thing, I think, than just like a typical like band or group or whatever. But yeah, I mean, it's fine. Like I would not recommend it, for use. Like they're not like a classic rock sort of band. But yeah.
I'm sorry, what we were talking about. my dad was in bed. I had to say goodnight to him.
It's funny, like even tonight, before my son's game, we're driving up. We're in the car. My wife, all of us were in the car driving him up to the game. And before he went in, Steve, you'll enjoy this. He goes, Dad, I need to hear Paranoid and I need to hear Iron Man before I go in because it pumps him up.
Yeah.
And like he just didn't pull that out of the out of the back seat. It resonates with him. it gets him going. So he wanted to hear it.
You know what? So Anthony, and let me tell you, Anthony, as a single father of none, let me tell you how it is. That's where you say, "That's nice, boy." Instead of hearing both of those, I'm going to put on War Pigs, and we're just going to listen to that. And then he would have won the game.
Dude, you know, he fucking loves Sweetleaf. He's like, I want to hear Sweetleaf. I'm like, oh my God. Wait another year until you know what it's all about.
Oh my God, we found out this week. Marsha,
I know, right?
Favorite Black Sabbath album. Didn't even know.
I know.
Master Reality?
No, 4.
4 is her favorite.
Volume 4. Okay. I absolutely love Volume 4, except for changes. So that's, you know, to me, that album would be a 10 if it weren't for changes.
I love Volume 4, but it's not a perfect record.
For me, the drag on that is Saint Vitus Dance and Cornucopia.
Nope.
Those
love
are
it
the
all.
weak songs.
That's like one of the heaviest riffs Tony ever came up with.
Yeah, it's just, to me, they're just, those songs just, they've never done anything for me. I mean, from the time the album came out, I just always saw those as the weak songs.
Steve, how many times have you seen Sabbath?
With Ozzy? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
Wow.
I only saw them once.
But 3 times in the 70s. So, and then I saw them in 99 on the reunion tour. And then I saw them 26-15, whatever was the farewell.
That's the tour I saw them.
Yeah.
See, Mel, my first time, I'll have to count. First time was 92 on the Dehumanizer tour with Dio. Then a couple years later, I actually saw him on the Forbidden tour.
Wow. Okay, wait, before you keep going, what was the draw on those? What size venues were they playing?
They're playing the big shed, you know, the 17,000. Though with Forbidden, it was at Pine Knob. So, you know, Marcia knows that, and Alex. But the Forbidden one, when tickets under sale, hey Gary. When
I like changes too, Gary.
What's up, Gary?
When shows were underselling, they would make these vouchers and put them in all the convenience stores, and they would just to get people in to buy beer, and you could pay for a pavilion seat for like another $5-10. But you know, me and a bunch of friends were up on the hill, and you know, Motorhead was opening, so it was just like, yeah, we'll go for a free night. Then we saw him 97 on the Ozfest, but it was Bill Ward wasn't with them. They did have Mike Borden from Faith No More playing. Let's see, 99 I saw him, and then I will count Heaven and Hell as Black Sabbath. Saw them 3 times, and then twice again with Ozzy.
Oh yeah, if I'm counting with Dio, then yeah, I mean, because I saw him 5 times with Ozzy, but then I saw him at least 3 or 4 times with Dio.
So even though you weren't all in, you still went to go see them with Dio.
Yeah, but you know what? I never stayed for the whole show.
Wow, no shit.
I always left before it was over.
Yeah.
Can you put up Mickey's comment?
I see his comment.
I can't type in this chat thing. I don't know why.
So, Mickey, not to spoil anything, but you'll want to watch our album review coming up this week, because my recommendation was Charles Bradley's album Changes. And Trevor and myself had been texting one day about it all day long.
Is his version the Big Mouth version?
Pardon me?
Is his version the Big Mouth version? Okay.
Yeah.
That's probably the version that the vast majority of people less than 50 know.
Probably.
They don't know the Kelly Osbourne version?
I'd never heard of that version or of Charles Bradley until you presented it, Marcia.
But when Nikki put that in there, I was like, Charles Barkley did a version of Changes?
Alex, does that mean you? You don't remember the Kelly Osbourne version?
Oh, I remember the Kelly Osbourne
That was
version,
awful.
Vaguely, yeah.
but I'd never heard that version or even heard of him until you presented the album.
And me being the diehard Sabbath guy, I actually prefer Charles Bradley's version over the original.
But Alex,
Apparently, he doesn't like it much.
I prefer Ozzy Sabbath.
Oh yeah,
Well-
as the band, yeah, definitely. That's
Well,
the
and
band for me.
well, the other two that are on the screen, I don't know where Alex went, but you
he's
know,
got to pee.
I've roasted this chestnut many a time. I discovered Sabbath in '81 when Dio was in it,
Right.
and so at the time, that's all I knew. I thought Dio was the singer of Sabbath. It wasn't until probably about a year or two later that I even found out that Ozzy was even in Sabbath. I knew of Ozzy Osbourne, but I didn't know he was in Sabbath. And at the time, a lot of the radio stations, they would play Paranoid or Iron Man, but they never said that's Black Sabbath. And I recognize Ozzy's voice, so I just
Okay.
thought.
So you got to go back. Do you remember which is the first Black Sabbath album with Ozzy you bought?
That I bought or heard.
Well, either or.
Okay, well, I first heard Paranoid. My uncle got it in Germany when he was stationed over there, so he made me a cassette dub of that. But the first one I bought was "We Sold Our Souls for Rock and Roll," which I think is a pretty good.
That's a great comp.
Yeah, it's a good sampler to get in, and then work your way from there.
Yeah, because all I have is Volume 4 and that comp because, for a long time, I didn't think I liked Black Sabbath, and it turned out I didn't like radio. I didn't like radio hits Black Sabbath, basically. Right. And it's not that I don't like Changes by Black Sabbath. It just does not fit on that album.
Yeah, that came up on one of our streams a while back.
Yeah.
Songs that don't fit on an album. So
that's what I did. That was like the first time I joined y'all.
Oh, that's right.
Yeah.
Yeah, that song was a shock to the system because Black Sabbath really hadn't done anything like that. I mean, when I first listened to that album, I was like, I can't even remember the record store I bought it at. And
there are certain things that I remember too. Glenn, on his stream a couple of weeks back, they did a good thing about like music memories where you guys had all talked about, like, I remember hearing this song for the first time and what was going on in my life. And that was a really good live stream. I liked that one a lot. And the other one that you guys did this past week, Steve, I think we need to steal it, which is albums by artists we don't know much about. We need to get into those. Because I know that's been something that we've talked about before, like, because I know we've said, like, I don't know about the Mars Volta. Like, I don't know anything about them, but I hear their name all the time. Because Steve, you had said the same thing, like, yeah, I don't know who they are either. So they had done this whole episode, like, bands we should get into. Yeah. Why haven't we?
That's actually, and thanks for bringing that up, Marcia. Glenn actually just sent us an email earlier today that was like, people are still like talking to, like, in the comments and stuff, or like it's still like having views, and like the chat was really lively. What was really funny though was like, what we thought was funny was like, it felt like anytime somebody brought up a band or an artist, like other people were like, no, dude, fuck that. Those guys suck. Like, you were like, no, like, I really want to get into them. Like, it would be great. But it does take a certain amount of, like, open-mindedness of, like, okay, yeah, like, they are probably a band that you would like. Like, that's okay. Great. Here's what you should do.
Yeah.
And then every band that got brought up, Marsha was just like, they suck.
What?
I was going to say, sorry, every band that got brought up, Marsha was like, yeah, they suck.
No, I did not.
we're like, Jesus, like, it was like, you could get away with just the greatest hits. Everything else can fuck off. I was like, oh my God.
I was sober that night, so I did not say that. No, because Sam had brought up, you guys watched it, Sam had brought up that he couldn't get into like the Jamie Allman Brothers stuff. So I was like, just get a greatest hits. It'll do you fine if you can't get into Jamie Allman Brothers. And then Glenn was like, no. But I understand the not wanting the jamminess with the Allman Brothers.
Yeah, I like Fillmore East. That's considered one of the great live albums ever. I can't listen to it.
I have it. I put it on maybe once or twice a year at the most, but I will listen to an Allman Brothers greatest hits every day for the rest of my life and be happy.
Yeah.
That's why I'm saying, like, if you don't like jammy,
yeah,
Allman Brothers, just get a greatest hits.
Yeah, the 20-minute version of Whipping Post I don't need.
No, but a 4-minute and 30-second version is awesome.
Yeah.
But I guess, going back to that is like, I think some of it is, reading what people are typically into or not into, right? Like, I feel like when people sometimes look for recommendations, we see their recommendations through the lens of what we've experienced, not necessarily through what are they more apt to, get into, sort of thing. So, like,
we don't care about everybody else, Alex.
Well, that's what I'm trying to change here, Steve. It's like, one of the bands that comes up a lot of times is like the Grateful Dead. Right? Like, they'd be like, I can't get into the Grateful Dead. But, maybe I want to. Where do I start? And it's tough because a lot of people will recommend, American Beauty or Working Man's Dead as the place to start because those are, like, their favorite albums. And I'm like, those are great albums. And they sound nothing like the rest of the catalog.
It's totally not indicative.
It's not indicative. So it's like, oh, that popped up when we were talking on Wednesday because someone was like, two of them said Rush. The two Canadians were like Rush, and someone was like, "Oh, just get the first one and nothing else." I'm like, "Look, I love the first record, and that's not indicative of Rush at all. Like, that's not the way to get into the band."
Yeah,
right.
So yeah,
I've never listened to a Grateful Dead album. I mean, a girl I was dating in like '72, her brother was like 3 years older. He'd come home from college. He'd be like, "Oh man, you got to listen to this." He'd have that '72 Over Europe live album, Yeah. Try playing that for me. I'm like, "Oh God, this just doesn't do it." And then anything I've heard snippets of over the years.
I can do some of the jammy stuff, but then as soon as it takes that right turn into the jazz, I'm out. And I do like Working Man's Dead, and I love American Beauty, but those are Americana albums. They're not the other stuff.
You're laughing at Gary.
Yeah.
Gary, we're starting to talk about the Grateful Dead, and he's getting into it.
See, now I got fooled with the Grateful Dead because I was used to seeing the artwork for
William.
Blues for Allah.
Hey, William.
Which, yeah, the album cover looks cool.
Yeah.
And then when you finally hear what the band sounds like, you're like, this sounds nothing like what I would picture this artwork to be like. I'm thinking it's going to be like Sabbath, Blue Oyster Cult type stuff.
It's like when everybody bought Bad Out of Hell thinking it was going to sound like Motorhead.
Same thing. Exactly. Well, I think we did that with the subject of, artwork that didn't represent, kind of like Molly Hatchet.
All the Molly Hatchet, yeah.
That's a good topic.
Yep.
Album artwork that is not conducive to what's contained on the vinyl. I don't have my notebook with me, so I can't take notes.
Like, there are no fishes with hats on this record. Who would have thought? Marsha, you would love this record.
What makes you think I haven't heard it?
No, the joke is
it's got to be in the 1,001 book, isn't it, Marsha?
It is.
Yeah, I was going to say, I thought it was.
I am not a proponent of fart jokes, so I don't like songs about farts either.
Well, then you would love. I'm gonna go to my boy Trevor over there. My Mike Patton nerd. Trevor, what's the song on the Mr. Bungle record where they're taking a shit?
Oh God, it's on the first album.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. You would love that.
I am not a fan of bathroom humor.
But the thing is, it's also funny because they're using, on top of what you're hearing of the grunts and all that stuff, they got outtakes of Colonel Sanders trying to do a commercial, like do a read for it, and he keeps on fucking up. So it's just, I don't know.
That wasn't the intro to Squeeze Me Macaroni, was it?
Probably, yeah.
Yeah.
I really can't get into Mr. Bungle, but I fucking love Mike Patton. I think the guy's a genius.
He's
I
very
love his
talented
voice.
vocalist.
Oh my God, he's an animal. I love Mike Patton. The
Yeah,
guy can
I've never
do it all.
listened to Tomahawk though. Have you all listened to?
I tried to get into it. I don't know. I'll have to try again.
What was that, Alex?
Tomahawk.
Tomahawk?
Yeah.
He
I don't know,
Patton's in so many bands.
but now Mondo Kane is like one that people will probably be like, wait, this is the same singer? Because it's almost like Italian opera that he does.
Right.
Wild. Absolutely wild.
Yeah, he's
Well,
wild.
he got into that band after he married his wife, I think. She's Italian or something like that.
Yeah. Yeah.
Right.
Some of the stuff that guy's done is just, unbelievable. I have a feeling
His voice is remarkable. He can do it all.
I've seen him in a few different obviously with Faith No More, a couple times with Bungle. The one that I was really glad I was able to see, he did a real short-lived project called Lovage, which is with Dan the Automator. It was kind of like trip-hop, loungy stuff. And I saw him at this club that was at the end of my block, at a place called the Magic Bag. Place holds probably like 400 people.
I know the Magic Bag.
Yeah, in Ferndale.
Mine.
Come to find out, they only did 6 dates ever. So I got to see one of them. So that was incredible.
He's one of those guys that like this was the topic on one of the Sea of Tranquility shows. I mean, they've sort of have monopolized all the topics, but I was talking about, are there those like musicians or artists that you just inherently trust, where it's like no matter what they do, even if it's so outside of your scope of like what you would typically like, you just trust them that it's going to be good. And not to say that I like everything Mike Patton does, but anything he touches, I'm typically like, okay, I see and respect that. I see what you're doing here, and I appreciate that.
I'm assuming, Alex, you can say anything about Mike Portnoy then for you, right?
Well, yes. Yeah, and a little bit different. I think it is a little bit different as like a drummer, granted, like drummer frontman, but it is crazy thinking about over the last 13 years of how many different projects he was a part of before he returned to the band.
Yeah, he was even in Big Elf.
Yeah, and it's like with so many of those bands, it's like not to say he discovered them, but like he had so much control over the band that like his introduction to Big Elf was just that he was a fan.
Right.
And so then he was in charge of the tour because Mike Portnoy was picking out opening acts for their tour, and he picked Big Elf to come out and tour with them on their Cheat the Gallows record. Loved them then, and then like, fine, come back and drum for us on our second one. And he's like, yeah, that sounds great. Like, yeah, so many of those.
When I saw Big Elf, he was the drummer on that tour. Yeah,
on that tour. So it was what Into the Maelstrom or whatever it was called.
Yeah, they opened up for Porcupine Tree on the Incident tour. So
that's so. Yeah, I mean, like, it's he's done a ton. And what's crazy is for most of that stuff, he's like the he's like the creative sort of visionary of, which is just very interesting as a drummer. The one project, Steve, I wanted to talk to you about. Have you gotten into Flying Colors at all?
Good night, Mickey.
I've tried.
Hey, Mickey.
Okay.
I might need. It's probably something I would need to do like I do with the album exchange, like where I force myself to sit and listen to an album 3 times.
Yeah.
Because when I've done it, I think I've probably just listened to a minute of a song here, a minute of a song there. And if it's prog rock, you can't do that with prog rock.
Yeah, and they're, that is probably one of the side project super groups, that he's done that will never do anything else, but really I think pleased with the 3 records they put out. Because like prog, yes, but the intent behind it was really supposed to be more accessible more hooks. You know, the lead singer they pulled, who's like a singer-songwriter out of like Austin, who has no experience in prog work, but they're like, you know what, we want this accessibility there. And then obviously like the rest of the band. But yeah, it's crazy. I mean, to a certain extent, Steven Wilson's one of those guys where it's like, even if I don't particularly like what he's doing, I at least appreciate that it's going to have the most artistic integrity, you know, behind it, that he's going to do something crazy. So.
Alex, how did you get into Dream Theater? I mean, because I mean, your age, they've been around for a while now. Someone introduce you to the band, or
yeah,
you found them on your own?
Yeah, no, when I was in high school, I had a close friend. We were in a band together, and you know, my background was all like, you know, 70s hard rock stuff, the stuff we talk about all the time. And he had asked if I had ever heard Dream Theater. I said no, and I don't even remember. Like, it just wasn't my, like, I was not into like heavier music like that, or anything like that. So, he had mentioned them, and then I remember like being at back in the day when you could buy CDs from Best Buy. Actually, at the time, I might have been buying a CD. Here's a throwback. I might have been buying my CD from Circuit City.
Oh, absolutely. I bought a boombox from Circuit City. Loved it.
Wow, yeah. And I was thumbing through, and I called him. I said, Kevin, like, I know you've brought up this band Dream Theater. Like, I'm curious, like, what would you recommend? Here's what they have. And he recommended a record, and it's like, it is the record I took home, and I played it to death and just fell.
So you were hooked. You were hooked right from.
I was hooked immediately, and mostly it was because of just like I had never heard anything like that. Though it was Metropolis Part 2, Scenes from a Memory, which is kind of their magnum opus from '99. But to me, I was like listening to music. I was like, let me get this straight. I was like, I feel like I'm listening to like Metallica meets Queen meets Rush meets Phantom of the Opera.
What the fuck is Steve doing?
Steve, is that a good idea?
I bet you Steve's grabbing his box set. I know he bought a Dream Theater box set a couple of like months ago.
I do that all the time, Marsha.
He's probably got 3. Let's be real. He's got 3 Dream Theater.
You know what? At 60, at almost 68 years old, I'm glad I can still do that.
Right. I would have broken that damn chair or whatever.
Which album was that, Alex?
Metropolis Part 2, Scenes from a Memory.
Oh, okay. I'll listen.
So, Alex, for me with Dream Theater, I was 16 years old in 1992, and I remember guys that I was working with when I used to get out of high school. I used to, you know, have like a part-time job.
Yeah.
And they're like, oh, Dream Theater. Everything at the time was Dream Theater.
And what year was that? Sorry, Anthony. What year?
92.
So they were huge out of there because they met at Berkeley.
Okay.
So they met at Berkeley College of Music and started the band there, and then and so they were huge in Boston.
Yeah.
Because of that. And 92 was when Images and Words came out, and Pull Me Under was the huge record.
Pull Me Under, of course, yeah.
Yeah.
That is a fucking great song. Oh, damn. Pull Me Under is fantastic.
And the only thing like that they would ever do. And it's one of those classic stories, too, of like the record was done, and the label went to them and said, we need something that's accessible. And they said, all right, we'll crank out this Pull Me Under song, you know, in 20 minutes or whatever. And then And the joke is there. They went back, funny enough, like 20 years ago, they released a compilation that was called Greatest Hit and 21 Other Pretty Cool songs.
I know. Yeah, I see it on iTunes. Yeah. One hit and whatever other songs.
Yeah.
You have all their stuff on vinyl, Alex?
I have everything on vinyl except Train of Thought. That is yet to be like reissued or anything like that. It's like $150 record. So
because I love that album cover.
Yep, and that's a I showed that in one of my album cover things. That's a Hugh sign.
That's a what?
That's a Hugh signing or the
okay, from Rush.
The Rush guy. Yeah.
Alex, you don't understand. Like, I miss those days being able to go into a Best Buy or Circuit City and just fucking browse for hours. And, you know, you always left there with 2 or 3 different. I mean, I wasn't buying vinyl and I was buying CDs, of course.
Oh, yeah.
But see, that's the one thing I miss. Like, where I'm located, like, my closest record store is like 3 towns over. So, and they're not open they're not open Monday, Tuesday, and Wednesday. So I'm sort of limited when I go to a real record store. But those are the days that I miss, is like going into, just basically browsing the entire fucking store and leaving there with 2 or 3 CDs.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh,
Well, I remember that when Best Buy had like 3 or 4 double-sided, panels, bins or whatever. And yeah, you, like you said, you could spend an hour, 90 minutes. It's
Well, what's your question then, Gary?
Oh, yes, there is a live stream.
Yeah, Gary, you weren't here earlier, but the reason why we're doing this is because I got the house to myself, and instead of me going out and doing something, I'd rather stay here and hang out with my friends, and I could drink and not have to, call.
So what's Gary's question?
Is there?
I'm just waiting. And well, Trevor, so I was going to tell you this.
Shirtless, Steve.
Steve did a video without his shirt on. I don't know if you've.
It was the first time I met him. I was just like a poor. This is a good question.
Ooh, last tribute band I saw was Led Zeppelin 2. They call themselves.
Oh man!
One of my buddies that I work with is in a Kiss tribute band.
Oh, that's awesome.
I worked with
Kiss Forever Online. Kiss Forever Online, and they're actually pretty good. They're not bad.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not.
They put some money into it, so it's good stuff.
I'm not a huge Kiss fan, but I would love to go see a Kiss cover band. I think that'd be so fun.
They actually sing.
Yeah, it makes for a fun night, Masha. It really does.
The first time I saw a Kiss tribute band was, I talked about it in one video where I went to this Kiss Expo. It was called the Kiss Convention at the time. And they had this band from Toronto called Alive. And so they're in the costumes from the Alive, album. And the guy that did Gene Simmons, if you, with the makeup on and everything, you would have thought that was Gene Simmons in 1975. That's how good this guy was. In fact,
I think I've watched them on YouTube.
Yeah, in fact, one time when the band reunited and they were doing like some commercial in Japan, and there was something that Gene couldn't do, they brought that guy in.
Oh, really?
Wow. That's how good the guy looked. So,
wow, that's amazing.
The two best tribute bands I've seen, the Musical Box, they're from Canada.
Oh yeah,
they do nothing but Peter Gabriel era Genesis. Okay, and normally every tour they do an album in its entirety, and then they'll do selected songs for the other half of the show, and then the other is the Australian Pink Floyd show.
Yeah, I heard they're really good. Actually, I think I saw them on PBS one time.
Is that Brit Floyd?
Well, the one I saw was Australian Pink Floyd, but I think they're all pretty much kind of in the same.
Because Brit Floyd was here probably 3-4 months ago playing at the Dr. Phillips Center, which is like this.
Yeah, they're huge.
Fairly huge entertainment venue, which is where I saw Beck playing with the Royal Philharmonic. And Brit Floyd was playing there and charging like $75 a ticket.
Hey, Marcia, you got some guy from France hitting up on you here in your comment section.
What now?
You got some guy from France hitting up on you in your comment section.
Are you? Oh, you're looking at my video? I'm reading the comments here.
I was looking to see how many subs you've gained since we started on tonight.
See, it's this stream that's the real poll, Yeah. I mean, Alex is part of it too, because I mean, the magic of his presence, got Rob up to 1,000 subscribers.
Right. Yeah.
You see this shirt, by the way? I was wearing this on it. I
saw it last night or the other night. Yeah.
I have been curious as to what exactly that's about.
So there was a old video. It was like a video game. So do you remember? I don't know. This feels like a Trevor thing of like. There were these like really low budget but like hilariously entertaining like video games that you could play on your computer, like 15 years ago maybe. Where it was just like very like stupid of like do you remember Slender Man, Trevor? I don't know why
I remember being a Slender Man at one time, but
right, well, so there is this video game where you were like this duck with a knife and just like running around. Like that was like the whole game was like. So that's the whole point of the sweater is that's that duck with a knife in his mouth saying peace was never an option. So, but it's also funny because it is a duck, but like a lot of people are like, oh, it's a goose, and I'm like, they're different birds.
Oh, so. I thought you were gonna do like some Residence reference and saying duck stab and.
Now you're thinking that's a good tie back.
So Trevor, you didn't want to go on the trip without your friends?
What?
Your vacation to England. You
no, there's a scheduling problem on their end.
What's that?
There was a scheduling problem.
Right, I know, but I'm saying go without them.
Oh. It just would have been more comfortable to go with someone that's from there. So, and like I said, now I get to go to Vegas and see scorpions.
Okay.
So here's a picture from when I saw a Guns N' Roses tribute band here in Florida.
Is his voice as annoying as Axl Rose's?
Well, he was fairly young, but the Izzy Stradlin character is apparently related to the Youngs from AC/DC.
Oh, really?
Okay.
Yeah.
Got to be a nephew, yeah.
Cousin, I think. Because the singer had said that they hung out with them one night and they were dicks, man. He was totally hammered.
He's playing the part.
Yeah, totally. But I've seen the Guns N' Roses tribute band, which was a lot of fun. Over the summer, Alex, I saw a Cure tribute band because you had said, I bet Marcia doesn't like Cure. You had said that on the live stream.
What are they called? The Panacea?
I can't think of what they're called, but a Smiths tribute band opened up for them.
Perfect. And it is funny. Those two bands, I love the singles that I've heard.
Well, it was an awesome show because it was just full of 50-year-olds wearing comfortable shoes, and it was over by 9:00.
Perfect.
I could go cougar hunting.
Right, which means in 20 years they're going to be doing a 4:00 show.
It was funny several years ago at one of the casinos that's like north of Seattle. They were advertising big that they had there's a double bill tribute show of Guns N' Roses and Aerosmith together, and the tickets were $75 for two tribute bands. And I'm like, I saw that lineup, the real lineup, back in '88 for a fraction of that price. I think I paid $15 to see that show. And yeah.
Can you jump to Gary's question to me? I've not, but that's the thing. The two I hear the most about are Brit Floyd and Wish You Were Here. I mean, those are like huge touring tribute bands or that kind of stuff. I don't think I'm really into the tribute band thing unless if I was hanging out with a group of people and everybody was ripped and they're like, we're gonna go see this band for $15. I'd be like, all right, fine.
Right.
But funny thing along the lines of Pink Floyd tribute bands is the bassist that we had in our band. I've mentioned it a few times back when I was in high school or just graduated high school, and we opened for the Michael Schenker group and all that kind of stuff. Our bassist that we had was the bassist in Pink Droid, which is another Pink Floyd tribute band as well that plays all over the Midwest. And so it was really funny because I was like, wow, you're actually a real musician, and we're not. Is this going to be okay for you?
Well, and it's funny how big some of these tribute bands get. Actually, I went to high school with a guy who he's in a touring Beatles tribute band, and I saw him early on, probably early 2000s, before I got into the glamorous life of truck driving. I was doing like staging, lighting, sound stuff.
Yeah.
There was a park, I can't recall the town, but they had, concerts in the park type thing. And they had a stage already built up, and they had this Beatles tribute band come in, and so one of the guys, the guy who plays George Harrison, I'm like, Doug? And he's like, oh, Trev, what are you doing here? I'm like, what are you doing here? He's like, oh, I'm George Harrison for this thing. And now he does like the traveling thing. They play like big theaters.
Oh yeah.
Stuff. And the thing is though, they're doing a band like that with such exact music, you could interchange these guys easily without rehearsal. Because the songs are all the same.
So there's this outfit called Classic Albums Live.
Mm-hmm.
And they tour around and they'll do Sgt. Pepper's and they'll do Abbey Road, because I've gone and seen them with my mom, who's, in the next room. They play here in the retirement community, and they also play like at Hard Rock Cafe down at Universal. Mm-hmm. And they'll do the entire album. Then they'll take an intermission, and then they'll come back and they'll do like 10 other songs. And it's great. I mean, nobody's ever seen the Beatles live, so why not
playing the parts? Are they like, dressing up for the part, or
they're not dressed up? But when we went and saw them do Sgt. Pepper's, they brought out all the instruments. They had everybody playing, and they had a sitar. Right. They pulled that out on stage, but they're not in mop tops. They're usually just kind of wearing like black skinny jeans and a black leather jacket.
Well, because I like, when was it? Probably the early aughts or mid aughts. David Letterman's band would go out as the Fab Four, like the fake, but they wouldn't dress up. But they had all the instrumentation to do like Sgt. Pepper and Magical Mystery Tour. The real elaborate songs that the Beatles themselves couldn't do live. But it's just like almost like a mini orchestra to be able to do that stuff.
There's a Zeppelin tribute band called Get the Let Out. They're supposed to be fantastic. I think they're always around here.
Hey Gary,
Noto's the big one, right?
Gary, if you want to see the musical box, what's the 9th? What day is the 9th? Is that?
That's Wednesday.
Tuesday.
Yeah.
No, that's Tuesday. Perhaps Sam St. John will let you stay in his apartment that night, because they are in Virginia.
So Gary, she still does see shows. In fact, we went and saw Herman's Hermits today at 4:00 in the afternoon, which
they went to the matinee showing.
It was actually spectacular. It was a lot of fun.
I took my dad years ago, again, when I was working the same audio company. I took my dad to see Alice Cooper when he played the State Fair. But, we're sitting at front of house. We had the weaved, backstage passes and stuff like that. So
you remember what year was that?
2005. So what was that? Dirty Diamonds?
Yeah.
Somewhere in there.
Eric Singer was playing with them then, yeah?
Yeah, well, we were in the catering area, and Eric Singer was at the next table, and I wanted to say something to him, but I was told that if you go up to him and tell him, like, hey, yeah, you're great, and he would not be reluctant to agree with you how great he is. So
yeah.
I didn't want to talk to him.
That's
how much, Marcia, how much for tickets for Herman's Hermits?
$40.
Oh, that's not bad at all.
Yes, Gary.
I remember, where was I? I was visiting my brother in Texas, and he had like this work thing. Actually, I always forget this happened.
Was it called
he had this work thing that I got? What a job! I'm sorry.
He said he has this work thing. I said it's called a job.
Right. I'm like, what is this?
Thank you for almost killing me there.
So here's the thing. I work in education nonprofit adjacent. So like the idea of like what we would joke is like private sector money is not like a thing. And so like I'm visiting my brother, and as his job, he's like, oh, like we're going and meeting up with some coworkers for a nice dinner and drinks, and then we're going to Austin City Limits to see Widespread Panic. And I was like, this is a work thing? Like, fascinating. Like, my work thing is like a fucking pizza party, and not even good pizza, you know? And so we're sitting there, and like I was talking with like some of his coworkers, and it was a couple of weeks after I had seen Roger Waters play. And, we're just talking. I was like, oh, it's a really great show, like visually, blah, 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 all this kind of stuff. And, the guy was making a point of like, oh, he loves Pink Floyd, respects them, but like he doesn't agree with the politics of Roger during his live shows. But, the whole thing a lot of people talk about. And he's like, Alex, let me tell you something. You know what you need to do? Don't you worry about ever seeing Roger Waters or David Gilmour ever again. You don't need to worry about those guys. What you need to do is go see Wish You Were Here. They're better than any of those guys. And I'm like sitting here thinking to myself, this motherfucker. Like, I'm like, we have literally gotten to this point where we're like, you don't need to see the actual artists who created this shit. Mm-hmm. You need to see the people who just replicate it. And I'm like, if we're there, I'm just gonna sit at home and watch it on my fucking television. Or I'm gonna listen to it. You're like, what? So yeah, that was where I was at.
But people are still playing Mozart's music hundreds of years after he died.
Exactly, Steve. It was either Steve Howe or Chris Squire said the same thing.
Oh, okay. Years
ago. And they were like, you know what? Yes, music is going to be played 200 years from now because it's very close to classical music for one thing in its structure.
I don't know about that, but hi.
Hey,
Racer.
Joe, right?
Racer's the man.
Is that Joe?
Sub to Racer's channel.
Yes, his channel is great.
I subbed him up last night.
He's great. Racer's great.
Yeah, his vinyl tag was really good. I think his name is Joe. If it's not,
Joe, yeah.
Please correct me in the comments.
I listen to like the videos too, and I'm like, introduce yourself. And I think he's like, this is Racer Records. And I'm like, your name's not Racer. And then finally, like somebody's comment, it might have been Rachel's comment, was like, hey, Joe. And I'm like, his name's Joe. I knew it.
I mean, I understand some people don't want to. Okay, good. Some people don't like to give out their names, but, I like to call them by their name if I know it.
Correct. Yeah, like people just call you Marsha P, not even knowing that, what your real name is.
All right, Racer, I just gave you a sub.
It's not. My name is actually Ashley. No. That puts me about 15 years younger than I actually am.
Oh, we're going to stick with Marsha.
Trevor, so let me ask you a question, not to bring up the band, but
okay.
What was your feelings the first time you saw Kiss without Ace?
By that time I was kind of out of them. By that time I was into the Jay Giles band.
He's here for a moment, gentlemen.
This is gonna sound stupid. I was getting into more mature music than Kiss.
Yeah, like Korn.
Yeah. That was
it didn't bother me. I know that.
So the first time that I saw them without Fraley, it was at the Fleet Center, it was called at the time, but they were in Boston. They were co-headlining with Aerosmith on that tour. So
talking about later on, I thought you meant like originally, like around the Elder or after the Elder.
No, with Tommy Thayer.
Oh, with Tommy Thayer. Oh,
yeah, with Tommy Thayer.
Okay. I'm sorry. By that time, yeah, I was just like, I'm not going to see him because I don't like, I mean, Eric Carr and Vinnie Vincent came up with their own characters.
Right. I loved Eric Carr.
So why couldn't those guys do this?
It was all about the marketing. That's what it was.
I get it. The brand. Right. Wait, how does Gene say the brand?
Right. But it's funny. The first time I saw them on that tour with Aerosmith, the disrespect from the hardcore fans was pretty fucking intense, dude. There were people in the front row outright giving Tommy Thayer the fucking finger right in his face, and you could see Tommy like looking at Paul and Gene like, what am I doing here? There was booing during the Love Gun solo. People were booing. It was It was pretty intense. I mean, that's the tour I stopped after I saw that because like I said, I was young and immature at the time. But
boy, Racer is on a pace for putting out new videos like me. He's done 30. He's done 31 in a month's time.
Wow. Now I did see him a few times with Tommy Thayer and Eric Singer.
Yeah.
The first time was me and a bunch of friends. A few of them were in the
John
stream we did a few weeks ago. We maybe later, but no, we a bunch of friends. We rented out a party bus to go out to the the big amphitheater that they were playing at.
Yeah.
I mean, I remember being there, and that's about it. I was so fucking drunk that night.
Gone, right?
And then let's see, I didn't have any interest in seeing them again. But when they were doing the Alive 35,
in
2009, they played Cobo Arena, and Cobo was closing down, and I'm like, well, okay.
Yeah.
And to be perfectly frank, I was bored to tears with that.
Yeah,
shit.
he has no stage presence, and I don't want to. He is a fantastic human being. Like he really does do a lot. I have nothing against the guy. It's just
no. I'm just saying the set list was boring. It's all
boring
a million times, and then
it's the same thing.
Yeah, after I moved out here, a guy that was fueling our trucks knew I was a Kiss fan. He's like, "Hey, I got 2 tickets. You want them?" And they were playing an amphitheater out here in Seattle, and it was when they were co-headlining with Motley Crue.
Yeah.
And again, just greatest hits. Nothing, for the diehards.
I know.
Because Alice will dig out some, deep nuggets there.
Yeah. I turned down free tickets myself to go see Kiss at Mohegan Sun. They sent me free tickets. Come on down, and I had no interest of going at all, none, and that pains me to even say.
Right. Yeah. I mean, well, that Motley Kiss show. I mean, at least I got my money's worth. Nothing.
I will never. For those who know me, like one of the things I probably struggle with is I'm probably not. I give Marsha a hard time, but it's probably because I'm actually deeply jealous that I have a hard time being critical of a lot of different things. Like, when it comes to music, I like listen to something and I'm like, oh yeah, that's nice. I like how you did that. Well, like Marsha is like, that record, it got released in November, and I hate records that come out in November. So I'm like, well.
I'm going to use that on the next album exchange.
Well,
I only like records that are released in months that don't end in Y.
Yes,
Marsha, we did have to use your quote on Steve's T-shirt about Alice Cooper's Road. It's just like, it's not that it's bad; it's just unmemorable and boring. So,
Marsha, what on the album exchange? What were your 5 words you said turn you off? I know 2 of them are Steely and Dan. What were the other 3?
Steely and Dan. Oh, jazzy.
Yeah.
Proggish.
Fusion.
It's like, I feel those are like my 3 favorite words.
Yes.
You'll love my latest video.
Those are 3 words that he doesn't want to have a tight T-shirt on.
Right.
So my mom watched my vinyl tag, and she wanted me to make sure all of my vinyl community friends know she hates Chicago more than Steely Dan.
Okay. I hate Steely Dan more than I do Chicago. Definitely.
Well, Steve, I mean, you don't like those 5 words either.
Steve hates.
I like Prague.
Yeah.
Prague. But yeah, jazz, fusion, Steely and Dan. No.
Well, it's so making my point is like I typically find like the benefit in all music, even if it's not typically like a band or an artist that I'm into. But nothing will beat. I probably told this story before of seeing Motley Crue, and Gary and I were at the same show here in Columbus, but I didn't stay for Motley Crue there. But as fate would have it, I was helping my little sister move. She moved to Ithaca, New York, which is about an hour south of Syracuse. And the day that I was helping her move, Def Leppard, Motley Crue, and Alice Cooper were playing in Syracuse. And I said, Carly, we've always talked about going to a concert together. What would you think about going to the show? And she's like, yeah, I'm in. And like the tickets were dirt cheap. I mean, they were like $10. Like, it's like because, they're playing in these stadiums and all that kind of stuff. And, it's kind of like luck of the draw about who's going to be opening or closing the show because they alternate. But it was the first show of like a new leg, all that kind of stuff. And so we're sitting there, whatever, and like Alice Cooper opens and just kills it, right? Like he's still great live. His band is so damn good. He's still got the snake out. I mean, just everything. The Frankenstein still just kills it live. And then Motley Crue comes out, does their thing, and it's just let's just take away the. And actually, here's the thing that's worth noting: John 5 is playing guitar with them, and John 5 is an insanely good guitar player. I mean, he's insane, but. To me, it was like, okay, this is just not good musically. But then it was, oh my God, Tommy Lee just got out behind the drum set and now he's walking to the front of the stage. What is he going to do? And meanwhile, in the back of my mind, I know that Tommy Lee is having charges pressed against him for recently at a show a couple weeks previously for like whipping it out.
I just said, pull out his dick.
In his audience. So he's out there and he's like walking across the stage and he's what, 60? Not like it matters, but like it doesn't matter. But also I'm like, dude, like the 80s are over and he's out there walking through these stages, literally direct quotes, show me them titties. Show me that, like, walk around. You're talking about like an awkward moment. It's me and my little sister. And I'm like, Carly, you got to go to this rock and roll show. It's going to be great. and it's just Tommy Lee walking around telling people to whip out their tits and stuff. And I'm like, look, if that's the Motley Crue thing and that's what people are into, but that is a band. I actually really like those first two records.
That is the Motley Crue thing. Absolutely.
But that's the Motley Crue thing. And I can't get into bands that are 90% tabloids and 10% music. And Motley Crue is that artist where it's just like, that has never been a thing. Who knows what they're playing, if they're singing, if they're doing anything on that stage. What the Motley Crue thing is Tommy Lee or Nikki Sixx or whoever running around and being a freaking creep, and that's their brand. And
that's the
God
80s.
Bless the people that like it.
Yeah, that's an 80s thing.
I mean, that wasn't strict to just them. Have you seen the Decline and Fall of Western Civilization Part 2?
One of my favorite movies of all time.
Yes.
I mean, it is.
Yes.
There's
you saw that in a lot of 80s
all
videos.
over that's
Yes.
Yeah.
And I get it. Like, I'm sure some of it is like trying to like throw it back to like their fans, and like some of the fans love it. But the other thing that I keep thinking about is like the amount of people I was around that were in college or were there with their kids, or and Gary said, too, the show that we were at when Def Leppard, quote unquote, was first or whatever after Alice, I left because I had just seen Motley a couple nights before, and I was like, I'm not into that. But it's like that type of music is now becoming like intergenerational. So like the people who grew up with Hysteria or with Dr. Feelgood are now going to these shows with their kids.
right. I mean, you've got to evolve with the time, your audience, or evolve with your audience.
And I'm sure, Alex, you probably know better than any of us. Someone like Def Leppard. Yeah, I mean, the 80s, they probably got a lot of flashes unwarranted, at their shows. But they're the type of band that are probably classy enough to like, come on, bring it on,
Yes, I mean, it was just so interesting seeing like, Alice Cooper doesn't talk to the, he doesn't like talk to the audience much, right? Like he just has his show.
That's part of the character.
You have Def Leppard who are just like, they're just like the Brits, right? They're just like, oh, thanks for coming, everybody, like rock and roll, and then it's like you're like, this is awkward. And plus it was like these things were happening while there was like that legal complaint going on, because he literally whipped it out on stage. And there were children there, obviously, but even if the children weren't there, that also doesn't make it okay.
And the security guard that he accidentally hit, in the head, didn't like it either.
That was Jim Morrison in Miami in like '69 when he whipped it out on stage and they arrested him.
They arrested him, right?
Yeah.
But I've always heard about that though, that he didn't actually do it. Like his hands were in his pants, and they had pulled him off even before he got the chance to do it.
Yeah,
just supposedly he stuck his finger through the zipper or something like that.
Yeah.
I mean,
I only saw Motley Crue once, and I went because Alice Cooper was opening. That was the first farewell tour.
Yeah.
You mean the one where they signed the contract saying that they would never tour again? That one, Steve? Yeah. I mean, these guys are just really good people.
I mean, I went for Alice Cooper, and I stayed for probably half of Motley Crue set because they're not my band.
So I saw Alice Cooper actually by accident. My 1987, it was like my second or third concert at the Garden. Fraley's Comet was opening up for Alice Cooper, and Ace fucking no-showed. So Faster Pussycat opened up, and once Faster Pussycat came off, everyone was chanting Ace, and Ace, they made an announcement, Ace didn't show, and Alice went on, and he played for like 2.5 hours, and he was fantastic.
So
what year was it?
This must
What
be
year was it?
87, I believe.
Yep.
It was at the Garden.
It was
Like
Raise Your Fist and Yell tour.
Yeah, I was going to say that's right before Trash, so it's got to be Raise Your
Right
Fist.
before
Right?
Poison, then, yeah.
Really good.
So
Faster Pussycat was really good.
Yeah.
You know,
I saw that Joe Louis Arena.
I've never seen him. Nobody I know has ever wanted to go and see him with me. And
Alice Cooper?
It's only been within like the last 7 years that I've started to go to concerts by myself.
Yeah.
And he was here a year ago, maybe a year and a half, but the tickets were still over $100. And I'm like, I can't do it.
I think I'm at 15 or 16 times seeing him now.
I think
because he was playing at Universal. He was playing at Hard Rock Theater in Universal, and it's like a mile walk from the parking garage to the theater, and you got to deal with all the bullshit of the whole theme park. So it's just like I can't go and do it for that amount of money there.
I know Racer said he's seen Alice 10 times. What was the first tour, Racer? How old are you?
Well, and it's funny, Marcia said, like, Alice is one of those performers that, I was talking about, like, being there with my sister. Like, she doesn't know the music. She doesn't like the music. Like, it's not her thing. Like, she listens to, pop music and stuff like that. But she's like, this is like, it's like you're witnessing a Halloween, spectacular.
It's a show, yeah.
It is a complete show. And she was seeing it the same way I was seeing it, which was like, as the, the first opener to an open, like, I would love, after seeing him twice or whatever this past summer, like, I want to see him back in like a theater where he's headlining and he's able to do his full production, because it's just so good.
Yeah, I mean, like during the 90s and stuff, I was still really into like 60s and 70s music, but for the most part, my friends were all about like 90s alternative stuff. So I could kind of get them to go to see like Neil Young with me. Like I went and saw Rod Stewart with Mom. Like I couldn't get my friends to do that. And then, I had a boyfriend for a good amount of time who had no interest in any of the music I liked, so, and then I lived out on the coast here in Florida, and I didn't want to come into Orlando to see concerts by myself. So there was a good chunk of time there where I didn't see anybody. And then, like I said, it's only been in the last 7 years or so that I've gone to see concerts by myself, and I enjoy the hell out of it. I think we talked about that, Alex.
That's tough dating somebody who doesn't like the same music as you.
Yep.
Yeah.
That was rather resounding. Yep.
Yeah. And, Marcia and I, you and I might have talked about this. I think it was probably when, like, you, me, and Trevor might have been on, like, after hours. This is the reality of, like, it's not projecting, but, like, it's a different level of, like, you going to a show by yourself as a woman versus, like, me, I go to shows by myself all the time. I've also never... it's like I have that sort of privilege there to just, I've never felt like I can't or unsafe or anything like that. So, but it has been interesting of like, once you go to those first couple by yourself, it unlocks, you're like, oh, I just do this all the time. This is just normal.
So I won't go to the Amway Center, it's changed its name here in Orlando. I think it's the I mean, it literally changed its name like 2 weeks ago. But anyways, it was the Amway Center, and it's the arena. They have no parking, so I will not go to that by myself because I there's nowhere for me to park.
Can you see the name? Yeah, see if you can see the name of that school there. Can you see that?
No. Camelback?
Camelback High School.
Mm-hmm.
Where Alice Cooper and the boys went to school.
Oh, in Arizona.
Yeah, because you can hear it in the say, which song is that on School's Out? Is it
Alma Mater?
Yeah, it is Alma Mater, yeah, because when he's going, don't forget the coop, Camelback, my high school. So when I was in Phoenix, I made sure to drive over there so I could take a picture of myself.
But yeah, I'll go to some of the small, like I'm okay going to Universal by myself. I don't feel unsafe there. It's just if it's during the weekday and I got to walk a mile to the theater and walk a mile back and pay $10 for parking and deal with tourists.
Which is cheap.
Yeah, it can be, but I still have a mile walk ahead of me and security and all of that. So
a nightmare.
And
I was for the Alice Cooper nerds out there. I was asking about who was playing guitar on that tour because one of my favorite people is Al Pitrelli.
Mm-hmm.
He was in Megadeth for a hot minute, but a lot of his is he's been the musical director for Trans-Siberian Orchestra.
On which tour?
Well,
he was on the Trash tour.
I think he was on the Trash tour, right? Like he was Poison era, right?
That wasn't. Oh, was Kane Roberts gone by then?
I'm sorry.
Kane Roberts was gone by then.
Yeah. When I saw him on the Trash tour, it was Al and some guy named Pete something or other. I can't remember who the second guitarist was, but yeah, Kane was long gone. Alice is trying to go more of an LA style.
Yeah, and here's your wacky tie-in trivia question. Al Pitrelli, who's one of my favorite people. I forget when he was in Megadeth, but they've obviously gone
early
through a lot.
2000s.
Yeah, but I've loved him with TSO, and he's been musical director there for almost 30 years now. But in college, he was roommates with one Derek Sherinian from Dream Theater, Black Country Communion, Sons of Apollo, Alice Cooper's band, and so forth and so on. So,
does anybody own a repress of Trash?
No,
I do.
I never owned that album.
How does it sound? Because I'm looking to get one of those. That's one album that I had. I mean, I was probably in 8th grade or a freshman in high school. I had it on cassette.
I mean, I have it. I'm sure it's a repress. What I have. Alice Cooper had 8 different guitar players on the Trash album.
Wow.
Yeah.
So the repress sounds good though.
And actually, Kane Roberts played on the album. He played on one song.
Steve,
I don't know if this helped. I don't remember it sounding like that.
What's that?
Thank you.
I said, Steve, you're all fuzzy.
I'm all fuzzy. Who are you?
Which has got me all out of whack because I have new glasses on. So I'm like, is it the glasses? Is it?
Yeah.
So
I don't know why. Sometimes that happens with this camera. I don't know.
Anthony, this was from the Trash tour he did an in-store. So I got to.
Wow, look at that.
Yeah,
that's
when
awesome.
That's when I wasn't follically. There's a
dude. Don't even get me started. I want to hear how fucking bad I am. I'm a bald prick now. I used to wear my hair in a ponytail. I used to think I was fucking Steven Seagal back in the day.
Man.
Who am I kidding?
Yeah, but you're not phallically challenged like Trevor.
We were all there.
Maybe you are.
Man.
Having no hair is one thing. Oh, I got to tell you what I thought of our fake band names.
Fake band. Wait, what was this?
There I am, Anthony.
Wow, look at the fucking tux.
Yeah.
Look at all that luscious blonde, wavy
That's
hair.
Swedish hair.
That was a golden god.
God bless you, pal. It's funny.
Golden God.
I had my wife watch Gary's video last night when he gave him my shout out, and she goes, "See, I'm not the only one who thinks you look like a fucking serial killer."
Yeah.
What is my favorite 80s Alice album? It's got to be Dada.
It's such a deep cut. That is the unpopular pick, right, Steve? But
It's Dada.
It's so creepy. I love
Blackout. A lot of his Blackout albums are, don't get brought up a whole lot. So,
does Trash have House of Fire on it?
yes.
Yes, House of Fire, Bed and Nails. Good stuff.
Yeah, that's.
I mean, that's Alice Cooper going hair metal.
Yeah, I'm gonna have to get that album.
Better than,
And that's where, okay, and this is gonna, for any diehard Alice fans, this is where it might rub them the wrong way. This is where Alice starts following trends instead of creating them like he used to. I mean, he did that. And then, 2000 with Brutal Planet. He's trying
like industrial type stuff, yeah.
Like the Rob Zombie type thing.
Yeah.
And then when, White Stripes and the Von Bondis and all those guys were getting big, he goes back to garage rock.
Yeah.
So it's like all following trend.
If I'm thinking, I think Steven Tyler sings with him on It's Only My Heart Talking too. I think he makes an appearance.
I know he's on the album. I know Joe Perry's on the album too.
Yeah, I think it's Only My Heart Talking.
Yep, very good, Anthony.
Gary.
He is. Yeah, mine is from 2013.
All right, I'm gonna have to get that. Thanks. I just didn't want to get it and have it sound like shit.
Yeah, that record didn't do it for me especially at the time.
Yeah.
But the show was great. I mean, I saw him at the Fox Theater, which we've discussed it before. Marsha knows that place has got to be one of the most beautiful theaters on the inside. I mean, you could spend hours without even seeing a show.
Yeah.
And the detail of the place is insane. So the first time going there, I'm like, am I in the wrong place? Because I'm a metal dirt bag, and they're letting me here. So.
But that almost kind of fits because there's a little bit of gothicness to it all.
Yeah.
Because it's so ornate,
Yes.
It's interesting though. Like, I totally agree with what you're saying, Trevor, of like kind of following whatever was going on at the time. But I think about like what Constrictor was his comeback, right? Like that was his sober record.
Yeah, and Raise Your Fist and Yell were kind of like,
yeah. But what's really funny though is like, you think about like the hair metal albums, because like we were talking earlier about like Kiss, like maybe Crazy Nights and Hot in the Shade are not the best Kiss records, but I prefer those records over most hair metal records. Like, and Alice Cooper's the same way of like, I'd rather listen to Trash than I would listen to probably half of like hair metal records of the time.
Oh,
and so it's like, in one sense, it's like, yeah, they did it, but like they kind of did it better than a lot that was going on. So.
Yeah.
I listen to Revenge, but you give me, I'll take Revenge over all that other stuff that Kiss put out. I think Revenge is a killer album all the way through.
I mean, because there's that saying about the 80s hair bands that it was, pretty much all style over substance, and that's kind of where I fall with a lot of it.
Yeah. This is for Racer. He just brought up.
We're going to talk about hair bands.
So this is the first record I ever bought with my own money.
Oh,
I love that. I love that record.
And years later, I get.
I mean,
but I still love this record. I didn't realize till years later that David Foster produced it.
Yeah.
Really?
And it makes sense when you listen.
Well, there's some elements on it that you would later hear on Chicago records.
Yep.
Please pull up Sam's comment there, would you, Trevor?
I think he produce Celine Dion a couple of times too.
Yes, he has. David Foster.
He did the Titanic song.
Yeah.
So, Alex, hair bands. Have you ever listened to Hanoi Rocks?
Yeah, and yes, and
I
I
mean,
actually,
to me, they're the best of that
Yeah, to
genre.
me, I hear with them. To me, they don't bother me like a lot of hair bands do. I hear a lot more glam rock in them than I do
Yeah.
hair.
yeah, and
Steve, I sent you a Hanoi Rocks. They're in that stack, I believe.
Yes, yes.
Yeah. How was it? I didn't even listen to that.
Oh yeah, it's a good album. Yeah.
But they're crude, like cruder than like the 70s glam bands.
Oh, yeah.
So I think that's why they're more into the hair metal scene, or why that is. But if you listen to Hanoi Rocks and you pay any attention to Appetite for Destruction, you can totally tell how much Axl Rose was influenced by them, because their influences and they stole things from them are peppered all over that fucking album.
Yeah.
So
no, I've never had like me. I've never had like a problem with hair, in terms of like the style over substance thing. Like I have no problem saying it. Like I thoroughly enjoy Poison. They're kind of the big ones to come out of that.
Me too.
But also it's like this got brought up earlier of like, I love The Decline of Western Civilization Part 2. It's one of my favorites. And like there, it's like the scenes with like, I forget the band, they didn't blow up, but the band with the guy in the hot tub who was like, yeah, if we don't blow up, like I'm going to kill myself. Like that's the only thing that's important for me, is that we get famous. And it was like, what? Like, what? What do you, this is weird. And so, yeah, I mean, I think so much of that is, how many bands are there where it was like, oh, I loved them until the 80s, right? Like I blame Marcia and Anthony because the 80s are clearly their favorite decade, and they just love the music of the 80s. And so every jam, like, it's like, what classic rock bands were putting out good records in the 80s? It's
I agree with Racer with liking Cinderella, because to me they're not a hair band. They are more blues based than any of the other hair bands.
Fucking Tom Kiefer is so underrated.
Yeah. He'd be a lot less underrated without that damn eye makeup.
One of the most underrated guys out there.
He's great.
So,
I love Cinderella.
But like when I'm talking about 80s stuff, I'm talking Prince and Madonna, and
you're talking danceable music.
I'm talking about the pop stuff that like came out in 1984 that I can't get enough of.
Right, and it's all danceable because you got George Michael and
and I suppose you can move on into like 88 with like Jody Watley, stuff like that. REM's Green. Well, maybe not REM, because I'm just I've not listened to them in a long time, but
I could never get into them.
Yeah, I can't get into
Alex
them either.
Brought up Decline of the Western Civilization Part 2.
Yeah.
I do have I don't know if you remember seeing these guys in the movie.
Wing is good.
Oh yeah.
That's the band from Detroit.
Yes,
right.
And I found this in an antique shop here in my town here, which I thought was wild.
How is it, Trevor? Because I have tried to pull them up on Wikipedia. They don't have a Wikipedia page. I can't find anything out about them. I've always wondered what has happened to them, because I like when the one guy goes, stocks and bonds. I'm not an idiot.
Right. Well, I know Chuck here, the drummer, he was working sound for Cheap Trick for years.
Okay.
In fact, I missed him here a while back when Cheap Trick were playing the fairgrounds. But yeah, and it's funny. My friend Mike, he's actually thanked on this too, so it's kind of wild reading the notes on this.
Yeah, they're the ones they were driving around in the convertibles, right?
Yep.
Yeah.
See his comments. Yeah, there were some good point stuff in there. No, I think, was it Dokken and Rat? Was that who Gary brought up?
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. And you know what's funny though, and this goes into the nitty gritty of hair metal, right? Of like, there was that sort of phase of like, were they hair metal or were they just an 80s hard rock band? Because I think a lot of people would struggle to say that Rat and Dokken were hair metal. Same way with like Cinderella, right? Like they were not hair metal. But at the same time, it's kind of one of those things of like, well, if you were from LA and you wore makeup
right
in the late 80s, then we're just going to call you hair metal.
But they did the same thing in the early 90s. If you were an alternative rock band, you were a grunge band. Smashing Pumpkins was a grunge band, even though they were from Chicago.
Right, for sure.
I do have an album by the Four Horsemen.
Yeah, I remember the Four Horsemen.
Stone Temple Pilots was a grunge band, even though they were from Los Angeles. But I mean, it's not like he didn't try to sound like Eddie Vedder. But
I've always hated that term grunge because there's really no definitive sound.
To me, it's more of a scene than it is anything else.
Right.
Yeah.
Especially if you live in Washington, I think you can be the.
Well, yeah. I mean, you listen to what the big four of grunge. They all sound completely different from each other.
Yeah, it's not as defined as disco or punk.
Yeah.
Well, I think. I think when you like put labels on stuff like that, it's always other people that are putting the labels on and not the artists themselves.
Right.
So of course people want to rebel against it,
Oh yeah.
So Concert Buddy put in the comments, he was talking, he said, Winger, the answer is always Winger. So when I saw Tom Kiefer over the summer, Kip Winger opened up and he was fucking amazing. Kip Winger could still. Yeah, he's a smooth-looking dude still, Marsha P. He really is. I'm not afraid to say it. I can call a spade a spade. He's still a good-looking dude.
Yeah.
And he was moving. His voice was very, very intact. He sounded really, really good over the summer.
Too bad, Marsha. You haven't been 17 in a long time.
I mean, he could have always changed it to she's only 51.
She's only 53.
You know, it's funny, though. I mean, if you take a look at Winger's catalog, they have so many good songs.
And not only that, Anthony, but the Winger band. I mean, I can't think of his name because I'm about 10 beers in. But the drummer, who's the drummer in Winger? Somebody help me out.
No idea.
Fuck.
Starts with an M, I feel like. But like,
what you're talking about, though. He was
the dregs.
Yes.
He's like a progressive, like fusiony, like drumming guru. Like the man's wildly good at drums. Really? Their guitarist, who I also can't think of because again, 10 beer deep sort of thing. But like the Winger band is incredible. But again, I think they probably lost out on the era that they were in. The single didn't help, but
all of those bands lost out. Absolutely, I agree with you.
Rod Morgenstein, thank you, Chance. You're the man.
Oh, hey, buddy.
I'm with Gary. I'm with Gary. Actually, I'm with Marsha here on this question.
But didn't they also do Headed for a Heartache?
I do not.
Yes.
And I also want to say they were all studio musicians before they got together as Winger.
Yeah,
Kip Winger was a big studio gun.
Alice was, Kip was in Alice Cooper's band on Constrictor tour. But
and Rod Morgenstein's doing like drum clinics, right? Like he's like a that kind of guy. Like, but
to kind of go on Gary's thing here. Nirvana. I think that was more media that blew them up than the music itself. It just got more exposed, and they were kind of calling it the part of the punk scene. And even though I was more a metal guy, I definitely liked punk of the 80s and the hardcore scene. I didn't see it. It didn't seem like anything that wasn't that revolutionary. I don't think they did anything revolutionary, Nirvana at least.
So Trevor, you and I were talking about this band on the phone the other day. So the band Killing Joke. Yes. Have you heard the song 80s by Killing Joke?
Absolutely, yeah.
All right, so you know where Nirvana got Come As You Are off of that.
Yeah.
It's basically no for fucking no.
Yeah. Actually, that's why there was a joke about no pun intended.
Which album is that on, Anthony?
It's on Nighttime.
Yeah.
I'll have to check it out. Which song?
Oh,
80.
the song
80s?
80s.
80s. Okay.
So,
Steve, it's ridiculous.
so
But I guess when they did it, I actually just got their thing in the mail today. I didn't even open it yet. Let me see.
So the joke is about this album, the self-titled album from 2003. Dave Grohl plays drums on this album.
Of course he does.
But no, well, the thing is, the joke about it is that in lieu of Kane killing Joe for ripping off 80s, Dave would just play drums on this album. So, and this is a great record. So, Anthony, if you eventually get to it, get the self-titled 2003 album. This is easy.
I will. I'll pick that up. I just got this today. I just opened it actually.
Oh, the singles?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Amazon had it on sale, dude. It was $89.99. They had it on sale. I got it for $43.
Oh shit!
It's a triple record set. I legit just opened it.
Yeah, and well, in my tag video, I showed. I haven't put anything away yet from that. Well, there's so much shit in it, but earlier last week I got this live album from 2005.
Yeah, I really want to start getting into their earlier stuff because the band. I can't believe I just like found them. I feel like an asshole.
Oh no! But
Don't feel bad, Anthony.
See,
I only know their first two albums from the early 80s. I don't know any of this 2000
yeah,
stuff.
the first debut album is amazing.
It's
Love
really good.
Let's see. Oh, hey, William.
Sorry,
Sorry.
joke is so good.
Oh, yeah, we're back on that. Let's see.
I don't think there was ever an explanation as to why they wore anything other than they were just like rock kids.
What's that?
On Beavis and Butthead.
Oh, okay.
But you know what's funny though about this could be used for most bands in history, right? Of like the talking about like the air bands or whatever in the 80s, right? Of like, or that song or two songs that just made you like roll your eyes, right? Of like, it could go back to all the conversations about bands, quote unquote, like selling out, right? And it's like, I've thought about this a lot of like doing a video or some kind of conversation of like the difference between a band selling out and a band finding their sound, because depending on the bands that we're talking about and if we like them or not, we sort of, and depending on when we came in with like fandom, right? Like, is the difference between them selling out versus them finding their sound or whatever we want to say, right? So like, I don't know, like
Journey.
People would say like, Metallica sold out with the Black Album, right? Like that was sort of the thing, but also it's like, well, yes, maybe, but like Metallica wouldn't be playing football stadiums and selling out all the time like they are now if the Black Album wasn't a thing. I mean, I've looked up where they were touring when they were doing like, Master of Puppets and For Justice for All, like, smaller clubs. Like they were not out here playing, so it's like,
I think the Black Album's fantastic. I love it.
For sure. Yeah. I no disrespect on the Black Album.
I will be there.
But I think
it's my fans. I mean, at the time, I was a sophomore in high school. How the fuck do I not like the Black Album? I remember listening to it for the first time.
See, now when I was a sophomore, becoming a sophomore in high school, this is summertime, I saw Metallica opening for Ozzy Osbourne.
Wow.
And the Master of Puppets tour.
I saw that same tour.
Yeah. And
hey, Chance, that's no longer in Hillside. They've moved it. It's now in a suburb called Country Springs. So,
don't go to the wrong spot.
Yeah, I'm like, I'm looking in the comments. What are you talking about? No. So, yeah, seeing, Metallica, in arenas on those tours on Master of Puppets and Justice for All, they were selling out arenas at that time. And then they were still doing arenas for Black Album, but yeah, after that, yeah.
But they were, sorry to interrupt, Trevor, but they were selling out arenas as an opening band.
No, but they could have easily done big theaters, especially during Master of Puppets. Midwest, I mean, they were just huge.
A lot of the headliners didn't want Metallica opening up because they fucking blew them away.
Well, that's the thing. Yeah, but that's the thing. Ozzy was one of those guys that would be able to do that. But the thing is, though, I know the shows I went to, everyone that I knew, we were going to see Metallica, and Ozzy was just like an added bonus for us.
Right. Right.
And Metallica is probably a bad example because that sort of trajectory is what a lot of people would say of like they sold, whatever sort of thing, they blew up in that way. But like, I don't know, I'm thinking of, because they're one of my favorite bands of all time, right? I'm thinking of like Def Leppard, right? Like their first 2 records, fully part of the new wave of British heavy metal type stuff. They're more in line with like Iron Maiden or Saxon or whatever else is going on. And then they get radio friendly and sell a bazillion records over the next 5 years off of Pyromania and Hysteria. And if you ask anybody in the band, they're like, this is who we always wanted to be. We were always more influenced by David Bowie and T-Rex than we were influenced by, Black Sabbath or, or Deep Purple or something like that. But a lot of people would be like, oh no, they sold out. They sold out. I think of, I don't know, up in Steve's neck of the woods, like Styx, right? Like, did Styx sell out after Tommy Shaw joined the band?
But here's the thing. They're only called a sellout because the album sold a lot. If the album didn't sell a lot, they wouldn't be called a sellout.
Yes. Which totally justifies Marsha. Right. My whole point has always been like, you're only a sellout if like the people who are original fans get pissed off because you're not supposed to get successful. Like these bands are supposed to struggle on a bus or a van for years and years and years.
They're supposed to just stay on a piss-smelling
and never make
bus
any money
for the rest of their career.
They're just supposed to struggle the whole
maintain
time.
Artistic integrity. Yeah.
For me, for the fat fucking Columbus, Ohio, and it's like that. You know what I mean? That's all they're supposed to do. They're just supposed to slave away the whole time, and then it's like, oh wait, did you get popular and make a little bit of money? Not my band anymore.
I'm guilty of that in the punk scene. I have a hard time swallowing that Blink-182 and Green Day are punk bands.
Well, that's a good example, because they're not. But
yeah, because and I've said this before, because the one element of punk that I've always loved that those 2 bands have none of it is danger.
Sure.
Nothing. So
for me, the band that falls into that is Journey, because those first 3 albums, those are my 3 favorite albums by them. They're completely different band. And then Steve Perry comes along.
Right, different music.
Completely changed their sound, and they found a formula, and they locked into it.
Buddy's right.
I don't begrudge them for that, but I mean, they found that formula, and it fit them.
It's like we call it like gatekeeping, right? It's like, no, this is my band. Like, my band is the one that plays and struggles through some theaters and some small clubs. And we see it with everybody, but that's the thing is like, sometimes, it's like, I used them earlier, Styx, right? Like we use Styx of like, oh no, they found their sound. And I know people love to hate on like AOR bands or whatever. In Foreigner, like those types of things, right? Or Journey. And Steve, I love those first 3 like fusion records that Journey did, and even like the first one with Steve Perry, where him and Greg are like,
Infinity.
Yeah, I mean, going back and like, I think them doing like the dual lead vocal thing was amazing. Or Supertramp. No one cares about the first 2 Supertramp records. That kind of stuff. And so it is interesting. But yeah, Chance makes a good point about sort of the, he brought up Saint Anger, so I don't know.
Alex, I remember you were talking about bands selling out and all that, and talking about Metallica. One of my very first Metallica concerts, the opening acts were Glenn Danzig, and Suicidal Tendencies, and then it was the Metallica Black album. And I remember I was a teenager, dude, and I was so amped up to see Metallica. I mean, obviously I like Danzig, and I love Suicidal now. Yeah. And I liked Suicidal then, but there was fucking people leaving once Suicidal set was done, because Danzig came on first, then Suicidal came on, and then they're like, yeah, no, we're out of here. Metallica's not a different band. And here I am, like a teenager going, I'm pumped up to see this concert. Yeah. And that show was one of my best shows of all time. Jason Newsted on backing vocals, that tour fucking killed it.
The most underappreciated
man
in metal history.
Unbelievable, dude. He was fucking launching growls. Oh my God, unbelievable.
Good night, Gary.
Gary.
Good night, Gary.
I like Gary.
Good night.
Be right back.
Later, Gary.
So, Steve, I got to ask you a question. I know Gary's hopping off, but so this is actually going to be the first time that you and Gary meet each other. I mean, you got to feel some sort of like, I mean, this got to be really good for both of you, no?
Oh, yeah.
I'm pumped.
There's going to be a lot of ugly crying. I foresee that.
That's fantastic for both of you.
Out of this panel, I am the only one that has never met anyone else in the VC.
Well, yeah, because Anthony's met MGK.
Yeah, MGK came to my house. Yeah.
Marsha's met Glenn and John. That's the only two, right, Marsha?
Yeah. And
I met that one guy.
I met that one guy.
We don't need to mention his name. Yeah.
Okay. You can text it to me.
And Alex,
Steve, when I went back and watched your episodes with Gary on the Spin on This, you guys, I mean, it's like fucking Jerry Lewis and fucking Dean Martin. You guys work so good together,
aren't they?
Oh my God, amazing! I had no idea that you still had those in your folder. So for me to binge watch those, man, that was awesome.
Were you at work? Were you at work watching those? Were you at work watching those?
Yeah, I was. I get lots of break time.
He works for the U.S. Postal Service.
Yeah, because he kept texting me and telling me, I'm watching this episode, I'm watching this, and it's the middle of the day.
Come on now.
He's on vacation. It's the holidays.
And I agree with you, Steve. Even if you guys did it like once a month, it'd be amazing.
Trevor, I was blown away. They work great off each other.
Oh, absolutely. I love those.
Did you ever watch any of them, Alex?
Oh, yeah.
Oh, did you?
That was like my first introduction to you.
I do see how same with me. I do see how it does take up a lot of time.
Oh, it took up a lot of time, yeah. Well, I mean, even before you came on, Marsha, we were talking about how the vinyl tag, how much time this has taken up. I mean, just watching everybody's videos and commenting and responding to comments, and it's just been.
Bye, Joe.
Bye, Joe.
Bye, Joe. Nice meeting you, Joe.
Appreciate it.
Yeah, we got to get Joe on some stream, man. We got to get Joe on here one of these days.
Another Canadian. He's also Canadian, huh?
Hey,
Okay.
that's all good, man.
So with like the vinyl tag videos and stuff, you know, I have a very quiet job, so I just put in my earbuds and just let them run, because a lot of times you don't necessarily need to see everything.
Right.
You can,
just
do that sort of stuff.
Yeah. Trevor, I'll watch yours once I'll watch yours once we hop off here.
Oh, you know, and Rob Walker says he watches all of them. Oh man. But you know, he does such a good job leaving comments for everybody and all of that. It's a huge undertaking.
Well, yeah.
Because if he didn't interact with people that were doing it, people wouldn't do it. You know what I mean? There's got to be.
Wow, does he really watches them all?
Yeah, when I watched the live stream he was on the other night, he said he watches them all. Yeah.
I mean, I remember I don't remember it being spread out like this before.
There's a lot of new channels.
Yeah, well, that probably is the reason too.
Yeah, there's a lot.
I'm not 10 years in, but you know.
So my vinyl tag last year was my second video that I had ever done.
Was that before you had like 4,000 subscribers, Marsha?
My vinyl tag last year, Alex, had 1.8 thousand views.
Yeah, but you've gotten 1,000 of those this week.
Here I am over here creaming my shorts when a video gets like 500 views. You know.
You make it sound like every video I've ever done gets thousands and thousands of views. I mean, I'm not even in like
just most of them.
No.
I just broke 200 now.
I have one video that has over 1,000 views.
Again,
and Marsha, I have done 370 videos this year.
I can probably almost guarantee you 250 of those views are me myself going in and leaving people comments and thanking them for watching my videos, because it's still like every time I go in there it plays again.
Right.
So a lot of those comments or a lot of those views are actually
now's not the time to be modest, Marsha.
Yeah, but I think doesn't YouTube, can't they recognize if you're watching your own video?
It only counts as one. If you're logged, it doesn't like.
Oh, it doesn't.
If I watch Marsha's video 10 times, it only counts as one, I think.
Really?
And what if you watch your own?
No,
I would guess it would count as -1, probably.
So if that means that my video has been watched by 2,000 people and I've only gotten 150 subs, those aren't great odds. You know what I mean? So
Masha P, I got you beat, Masha P. My $70 for 70 albums, it's been watched over 3,800 times. I'm at 202.
Exactly.
Me and Steve talk about that all the time. How do you not hit subscribe?
Yeah, the correlation between subscribers and views is
right.
Yeah, I mean that's the thing we talk about, is because the vast majority of people who are on YouTube are just random ass people who are like, oh, that looks like a fun video. Like they don't subscribe. They don't do all that kind of stuff. I mean,
you hit the nail on the head, Alex. You're right. You're right, dude.
I mean, I was thinking about this earlier of like, this is probably trash. I'm sorry for all the people out there, but like, I had this thing for a long time where if the person doing the video asked me to subscribe, I wouldn't.
I've never asked for one subscriber. I would never do that. I
was like, if you're gonna ask for it, you working too hard. No, you got to earn this shit, baby.
I never asked for one.
I did that early on. I stopped a lot.
I would never. I know myself. If I watch a video and if I'm into it, I'll hit subscribe. If someone watches me, either they're gonna like my shit or they're fucking not. If they like it, they're gonna click the button.
But I was watching these types of videos for years before I subscribed to anybody, because I didn't even have a channel.
Well, here's the thing too. Everybody knows to like and subscribe. It doesn't need to be said anymore.
But
bingo,
Masha.
Bingo.
You smash that bell.
Right.
Bingo, Masha, you're right. That's it. I mean, everyone knows what to do.
Yeah.
Like if you write out your company's URL, there's no need to put www. Anymore before it.
Exactly.
Right.
Yeah.
This is what's been showing up.
HTTP. You don't need to do any of that anymore.
But here's what's been showing up on my feed lately. I don't, because the algorithms are just, crazy how they know these things. Is like, I'll have like Trevor, vinyl videos, Steven, all the rules of stage, Marsha P, Anthony Gambler. Like I'll have all these things, and then like sandwiched in between them is how to grow your YouTube channel overnight. And what's so funny is they're like, statistically, here's the best way to get more subscribers. Ask your viewers to subscribe. And I'm like, I refuse.
I would never. I don't want charity subs. I refuse. I'd rather have no subs than a charity sub.
Have you gotten the link in your comments to purchase subscribers?
No.
I have thumbs up our video tonight. No. Mm-mm.
No.
Yeah, I couldn't even
find it. Happened. It happened to me about 3 times.
Marsha, I was thinking about that, the thumbs that Glenn brought up the other night, and he's like going on like, well, there's 56 viewers and we only have 25 thumbs up, and I told him that the rest of the people are giving us the finger, instead of thumbs.
So, like, here's a video on my homepage: Korean style hot dog. This isn't anything that interests me, but yet it ended up on my homepage.
It does.
So that's what I'm saying. Like, you just never know.
Korean style hot dog.
Yeah.
Dude, they fucking snap.
Has anybody ever gotten the collaboration opportunity? I got an email, one of those. Someone wanted me to promote their product, and I thought it was garbage. I don't know. I just ignored it.
I've not gotten anything like that.
I think I did get a comment one time about not collaborating, but if you go with us, we can boost your subscribers up. And I'm like,
that's what I was talking about, Anthony. If you click on that link, what it does is it takes you to it takes you to a service that you can just pay them whatever, and they'll give you 1,000. Like, there's some channels I watch. I mean, I'm not going to name a guy, but yeah,
I deleted it, Concert Buddy.
I'm not going to name the channel, but the guy has 9,000 subs, and you click on any of his videos, and he's got like 100 views,
right?
14 comments. So he's obviously paid for his subs,
right?
I don't know why people do that, because who are you fooling?
Mm-hmm. So I have the email here. This is what it is. It says, we are looking for influencers who are passionate about sharing product reviews. We have seen your video works and greatly appreciate your style. We are eager to work and collaborate you. Please contact us if you are interested. I don't know if it's garbage, if it's bullshit, or what.
It's bullshit.
I would imagine Concert Buddy probably gets stuff like that more than any of us with the podcast and all of that. So he could probably chime in as to whether it's legitimate or not.
I do nothing else to promote the channel. I'm not on Facebook. I'm not on Instagram.
There's no way I could do Instagram and YouTube. It's got to be one or the other. And I don't do the YouTube videos on my own all that much. Like I said, the fact that there's 2 people out there watching my videos is more than I could have ever expected. And I like doing the live streams and the album reviews. The reason I do this is so that I can hang out with guys like you. Right. Not to be making millions of dollars and looking for,
where I'm at right now. I usually post 2 videos.
Meals,
I usually post 2 videos and then like a short, like a Friday night spins or a Saturday night spins, and that's all I got fucking time for.
Yeah, I've never done Facebook anyway, so
yeah, I'm not a fan of social media.
I started out doing vinyl stuff on Facebook, doing like Facebook groups and all of that. In fact, I ran into Concert Buddy on a Facebook group a couple of days ago. And I did that sort of stuff. And then I found the VC because I was binge watching the Monkees, and it gave me a video of somebody who was ranking the Monkees videos. And then I was like, holy fuck, there's people out there that do stuff like this. And I'm over here on Facebook seeing somebody post yet again another fucking Bad Company record. No offense to those who love
Bad Company.
But like I'm watching this stuff because I noticed like those Facebook record groups get real cliquey in terms of the genres that they like. Like there's the dad rock one over here. There's the alternative 90s one here. And I just got stale of seeing like the same 30 records all the time. Right. So I started watching these VC videos on YouTube, and I was kind of like, YouTube, you know what I do all the time, and still you're giving me all these like beauty tips for women over 40 videos and videos about cats, which I appreciate. But like, I don't really need to know how to do winged eyeliner on hooded eyes every other day.
I can't believe William's going to drive from Omaha to Chicago for the record show. I'm not driving that far for certainly not to go rifle through crates for any particular album, but
that's his business, though.
I know.
Right?
I mean, yeah, he does it all the time. Yeah,
he could. Yeah,
there's a record show coming up around here.
What's that?
Now I want to know how long the distance is.
There's a record show the day before the Super Bowl. MGK called me. I guess it's down. It's like a 40-minute ride for me. It's down in Mass.
That's got to be 600 miles.
600 miles? Are you nuts?
I'm guessing.
Woo! That's a long way to go for a record show.
Like,
it's 466.
466
from Omaha to Chicago. I just did Chicago.
Yeah.
Wow.
So that's 7 hours. But that's how he makes his living. So
right.
You know.
But hey William, are you stopping at? Are there other record shows on the way, or records or cities you have in mind to stop in between? I would have to believe. I can't believe that trip you're only hitting one spot. There's got to be places you're hitting to and from. I'm just curious.
Yeah, I don't know if I should have another scotch or not. This is getting ugly.
Keep it going. Well, back to the. We were talking about this earlier, right?
Oh yeah, nice. We're only 3.5 hours into this, Anthony.
Does anyone else drink this stuff?
Nope. Is it Glenfiddich?
Glenfiddich, yeah.
Yeah. Was that 12?
14.
14. Okay.
No, I cut myself off. I'm sticking to the pop from now on, and
yeah, it's not even real A&W. It's like caffeine-free diet A&W.
Masha P, you remember Ramblin' Root Beer?
It's 0 sugar. No, and root beer's always been caffeine free.
Yeah,
so I didn't know if it was root beer or just a.
It tastes like it has no sugar in Russia.
No, it tastes just like regular A&W.
Yeah,
it does. Sugar. Yeah, really.
Yeah, it's good. I like. Yeah.
So besides Steve, is anyone considering coming to Boston in the summertime?
Okay, so I just heard about this. I was texting or messaging Steve about this because someone's like, "Who's partying with MGK Mike?" You know. And I was like, what's a party? Somebody say a party? I'll fuck with a party. So, Anthony, as the Boston representative today, explain to me this.
Talk to me, brother.
No, I mean, tell me about it. What's going on?
I'm not opposed to going, but as a single lady hanging out with a bunch of married gentlemen, maybe not so much. But
Marsha, I'm not married.
Respectful. Well,
I'll be like a little brother. How about that?
Yeah, like I don't think it's very respectful to your spouses. That's all I'm trying to say.
So, Alex, to sum it up real quick, I guess Mike has this annual. I don't know if it's a 4th of July party or a birthday party.
It's late July.
Okay. So maybe it's his birthday party then. I mean, I really didn't know Mike back then because I didn't have a channel back then. I was actually following his channel. I did do that, but I didn't know him per se.
Oh, that's like right. You introduced yourself to him at a record show, right?
I did, yeah. Mike's a good guy. He really is. He's a funny dude. And I guess he has a party every July, and he wanted to get one going last year, but the weather the weather did not accommodate anything up in Boston last year, so we canceled it. So apparently this year he's giving it a full go no matter what, and apparently he wants to get a lot of the community down there.
Yeah, you can see him on his channel doing the party from the year before.
Right.
Where he's karaoke.
Breaking the law.
Breaking the law, yeah.
Judas Priest, yep.
At his house? Is it like at his home?
Yeah,
at his home, yes.
His backyard. He's like on the back patio.
Yeah. Yep. It's at his home.
All right, so I'm bunking with Steve, so he knows.
So I told Trevor this the other day when I was on the phone with him. Like, depending on what everyone's schedule is, like, my yard's decent size. I mean, I would have everybody over here chill out, go swimming, do whatever you have to do, just to get to know each other better as like a little icebreaker before the party.
I love swimming to get to know people better. I was like, take off most of your clothes and let's try to breathe underwater.
All right, Alex, you're in the hot tub then.
I see reality TV show right there.
Alex, I'm putting extra fucking chlorine in that hot tub. You're going in naked.
You're going to need it, girl. Okay.
So is there going to be a large Canadian contingent crossing the border for this party?
I don't know.
So. I don't know who's coming.
I haven't heard anybody say.
That'd be cool if Bob came down because I know those guys are pretty
Right.
tight.
That's what because I know MGK is Canadian. That's why I'm asking.
He is. Yeah, he is. He is originally from Canada.
I mean,
so you got to bring the worlds together.
I don't know what his guest list is, Masha. I really don't. But apparently, when I'd spoken with him, he said, he would love for it to become like a VC party.
We should do like a VC cruise or something, like a 3-day to Bahamas.
I don't know.
I could get 3 days to Dirty Myrtle. I don't know if I'd be able to do that.
But I'm definitely going to go. Obviously Steve's going, so of course I would love to meet Steve. But I would go just to support MGK. He's nice guy.
Yeah. How far is he outside of like Boston, like proper?
So he's like 40 minutes from me, and I'm north of Boston.
So is he 40 minutes north?
He's 40 minutes west.
Okay.
Yeah.
Like, would I be able to take the what do you call it, the T?
Depending where you stay. Like, I think Steve's actually staying pretty close to MGK.
Yeah, he's got a couple of hotels like 2 miles from his house. Because he had told me, he said, "You're welcome to stay with us." And I said, "No." I said, for one, I sleep like shit. So
yeah, I would never stay. I got my own fucking shit at nighttime.
Yeah. So
sometimes I like the TV on. Sometimes
2 miles away. That's easy. So
right. No, I'm looking forward to it.
I'll fly out Friday morning, and then just.
There's a nice direct flight from Columbus to Boston every day through Delta, so I might be in.
That would be amazing.
That's a short flight for you, Alex.
Yeah.
Now,
especially
whoever
if I'm bunking with Steve,
like documentarian, because I know I'm not going to be able to go.
No.
Not with that attitude.
Good.
You know what you guys should do is
that would be a horrendous flight for one thing. Seattle to Boston. Oh man,
6 hours. It's got to be 6, right?
5, probably 5, 6. Yeah.
I think.
Because it's 5 hours to Vegas.
So, I think because isn't Zep Pearl in Chicago?
Yeah.
Yeah,
I don't know.
So you guys should all go and get an RV, like from RV America, and then go down to Ohio, pick up Gary and Alex, and then head on over.
That thing is an RV, Clark.
to MGK's, and then just park it out in his driveway.
It'll be like the youth group version of Breaking Bad. Like, it'll be like.
Yeah, I really don't know who's on his guest list. I know Steve's coming up. Other than that, I really don't know.
5 hours and 8 minutes, Seattle to Boston.
Yeah, but the pilot could go ahead and make up a few minutes in the air. If you
reverse.
Get in the jet stream. You're good. You save yourself an hour.
Reverse is 6 hours because then you're going into
the jet stream. Yeah.
I once flew to Boston on a Friday night and flew back to Orlando Sunday night. It can be done.
Oh yeah. Well, Boston to Orlando is only like 3.5.
Right, but still, I worked. It's not like I left work early. I actually went, to the airport.
Right.
So actually, we flew in and out of Providence because it was cheaper.
Logan's a fucking disaster, though. That's the only thing.
And that's it. Is I think if I hadn't flown into Providence, we probably wouldn't have done it.
Yeah, Logan. So you drove up from Provi?
Yeah, because it was so much. Because I used to work out that way.
Yeah.
And I always flew in and out of Providence because it was so much easier to get in and out. Because I used to work quite a bit in Worcester.
Yeah.
So it was like half, from what I can recall. I think it was. Worcester is the same distance to Logan as it is to Providence. So
okay.
Providence was always easier. What happened to Steve?
Did he leave?
His computer froze. He's going to reboot.
Oh, okay.
He'll be back.
No, like I said, I don't know who's on his guest list. I don't know who he has contacted per se, but I think it's like an open invite from what he was saying. Like he wants to get as many VC out there as he can.
That would be the most awesome thing. I think
dude, it would be fucking amazing to meet all you guys.
Yeah. I just, like I said, I think I'm camping that weekend on the other side of the mountains.
No, I understand. I mean, always family comes first, always.
Well, and it's not even. Well, it's me and my wife, and the
Right.
dogs probably. But
it's not even family. It's my wife.
Time, and I guess this group of people, it's a lot of drinking and a lot of stupidity. So
Right.
yeah, it'll be all right. I just never taken my trailer over the mountain.
You know what though, dude? What I think by this point, all of us, I mean, we're all fucking trained veterans as far as drinking or doing whatever you want to do for that night. But I mean, just to be able to, just to be able to shake like you all three of your hands would be fucking great. Like I feel like I know you guys, and like it's like an instant connection.
Well, yeah, I said this to Steve on our first time ever doing this. It's so wild that was our first time meeting each other, and it was like we already were hanging out because we were watching each other's videos. We already know our personalities, so
exactly.
Talking was like nothing. It was easy.
Yeah,
it's kind of a technological miracle of being able to hang out like this, and that's why I had
this is really cool.
I didn't want to go out, I go to the bar by myself. I mean, how sad is that?
Yeah, you don't want to be the fucking weird dude at the bar. No, you don't. I
do that shit like 3 times a week.
You don't want to be that dude, man.
No, I texted Trevor earlier. I was like, I'm either going to go out by myself or I'm going to stay in and hang out with y'all. So,
you didn't say by yourself.
Well, it's implied. Okay, if you meet people out, but they're also just loners who go to the bar, it's kind of the same.
Yeah, but you know what, Alex? I mean, at least Alex, you have personality, though. I mean, you seem like the type that could go anywhere and strike up a conversation. And get into the fold and meet people, and whatever happens after that happens. But you could always just walk away. I mean, I think that you're that type of dude that can just have a conversation.
You'd be surprised.
Yeah. I understand.
If I join y'all in late July, and you'll be like, "This fucking Alex guy."
But Alex,
you might say that about me.
You're like, this guy's a problem.
Yeah, I liked him better when I didn't fucking meet him.
Yeah. Beer and vinyl, more like kill him now.
Dude, fucking scotch and cigars. Are you fucking hogging me right now?
But Alex, aren't the bars that you go to you're a regular at?
Yeah.
So the crowd. Like that's a whole
it's my cheers bar, yeah.
Yeah, if you've got a bar that's like home to you and you walk in and that's a different story than just going to a bar where you're random. Like, like there's a difference between a neighborhood bar and like going out,
Yeah, Trevor, you hear that?
Mm-hmm. I know. Well, that's where my wife and we met at this bar that I just hung out at. I would just go at all the time.
Wow.
So
you could go to the bar and meet your future wife, Trevor. You don't even know.
Well, I mean, here it was. Okay, I worked overnights at the time, and our schedule was Monday night through Friday night. And I'm like, man, why can't we just like work Sunday night and have Friday night off? But anyway, that's
yeah.
So I'm at this bar Sunday nights. I know the owner, and I mean we would hang out till like 4 a.m. just watching TV, and we'd barely drink. We would actually call in for pizza and just hang out because I just didn't want to go to bed. Well, my wife came in from work. My soon-to-be wife, a couple years later, came in from work with one of her coworkers, and these older guys were like trying to hit on them. And she knew the owner of the bar too, and she's just like, "Hey, can you help me out here?" And she's like, the bar owner's like, "Yeah, that's Trevor. He's harmless. Go talk to him." And we did. We started talking, and we went to, Marcia, you might remember. Do you remember the restaurant Ramshorn?
Oh yes, the one at 16 Mile in Rochester.
Well, this is in Waterford, but
oh, okay.
So we went out because 24-hour place. We just
it's a place where you go to get breakfast at 2 in the morning.
I love those places.
Yes. So
this is how you guys met?
Yeah.
Okay.
So, and it's just, I didn't mean anything. We were just hanging out, and then, as they say, one thing leads to another.
What was the bar?
A place called Almost Cheers.
Okay.
Which was appropriate because everyone knew each other after a while after you just start going there. So,
yeah.
It's no longer there. I mean, the building's still up, but it's been closed for years.
And that was in Waterford?
Yeah.
How'd you meet your wife, Anthony?
Oh, God. Long story, dude. I mean, I met my wife. I was 16. She was 14.
Yeah.
And, we would, not to get too personal, but we would date off and on. And, I did my thing. She did her thing. And she moved to North Carolina for a while. I had another girlfriend I was with. But me and my wife would always come back together. And she was like the only girl that I wanted to have a future with. And I knew from the first time I saw her that I was going to marry her. I really did.
That's so nice.
But like I said, I mean, I was 16 and I didn't get married till I was 30. So, life brings you certain things, certain curveballs in life. But if it's meant to be, it's meant to be. That's how I feel.
Yeah, I was late too. I didn't get married till 32.
30 is still young.
Yeah, I was 30.
I was 39.
I was ready though, man. I was ready. I wanted no more. I wanted no part of, the club scene, the bar scene. I did everything I had to do in life. I was ready to move on.
Yeah, we were at a. Yes, we are, Rob. This is a short night for us right here.
Rob.
Well, we didn't do two separate shows. We're just doing all in one. We're the box set. We're everything.
Well,
I mean, we're not.
That last one was 4.5 hours.
Who's the guy that does the live stream for like 8 hours? Who did the
So
24
I'm glad Rob's name came up. Speaking of Rob, like I subbed him up fucking months ago, and then all of a sudden I'm looking at my subs and he's not on there. I watched the live stream where he was looking for subs. And I'm like, I haven't seen his name come up under my subs in a long time. So I went back and looked, and boom, he wasn't there. Steve, I think I told you that every once in a while, YouTube like screws around with your subs or they delete subs.
Yeah.
So I felt bad. I'm like, oh my God, I subbed him up months ago. I just sent him a message online not too long ago. He's a great, nice guy.
Oh, Rob's the best.
Yeah. Absolutely.
Rob's the dude. Well,
somebody else had said the same thing, but I noticed like when I watch somebody's video, after I watch it, I hit the 3 dots to hide it. So it's not on my feed. So I know what I still have in my feed to watch. And sometimes the hide button, it's right above the unsubscribe. So I know I have hit that unsubscribe button instead of the hide. By accident. I've done that a lot.
Yeah.
So I
what
think
about
that's
like
your issues? Those two are close together. Too close.
What about like losing subs and all that? Like some nights I'll go to bed, I'll have so many subs. I'll wake up the next morning and I'll log in like under a different Wi-Fi network, and I'll be like 3 subscribers gone, and then I log into another Wi-Fi network and I'm 7 subscribers up. Huh. I don't get it.
Yeah,
I don't ever.
The one that gets me. The one
it
that
bounces
gets me
all around.
Oh, sorry. Go ahead, Steve. Go ahead, Steve. Anyway, all right, I'll go. The thing that gets me is like I'll have like 53 views on a video, and then I'll look back later and it'll be like 49. I'm like, how do I lose views?
Probably because Marsha stole those fucks. That's why. So Marsha needed more for 3,600. Okay.
So before I posted the vinyl tag, the day before I posted the vinyl tag, I was at 393. But the day that I posted the vinyl tag video, I was at 390. So I lost 3 subscribers overnight when I hadn't even done anything. I just don't think it's a very reliable matrix.
Yeah, I agree.
You know, and like I said, I'm not in this to have a ton of subscribers. I'm just doing it to make friends. So it's nice to have a lot of subscribers, but you know, I'm not gonna.
I told you all, like I'm in this. I want to see what other people have in their collections, because you come across new stuff that you're like, wow, you know what? I really might like that, or I really might like that piece of equipment, you know? So for me to see other people, it's really enjoyable, because like I said, I'm like the fucking lone wolf out of my friends. No one else, you know, collects vinyl or CDs. So for me to, you know, come across everyone here, it brings a total different perspective for me to see, you know, all right, if they're buying this, at least let me give it a stream and see what the fuck they're listening to. Whereas instead of just taking someone's word for it.
Mm-hmm.
Which is
what you're saying. I saw this on a live stream the other day, somebody talking about if you're showing your collection, or not necessarily your collection, what you've bought recently, you know, saying your finds for the month. Okay. Are you showing off? I don't.
Yeah, you asked me this the other day, Steve.
What's that?
I don't give a fuck. How's that?
Yeah.
I don't give a fuck. I mean,
I don't think you're showing off, because when I watch other people do it, I just think I want to see what they got.
I'm sharing so that I can engage with other people.
100%. Look, everyone's situation is different. Other, you know, certain people, you know, they'll show this, but it's all about, for me, getting the word out there. I mean, if some people have way more than I do, but if they show a record, I might like that record and I might want it in my collection. So how is that showing off? If people are taking, you know, people showing records or showing equipment as, you know, showing off, don't subscribe to my channel.
But, you know, it's no different than people do videos saying, this is my Dollar Tree haul, or this was my thrift store finds for Friday, such and such date. So
I do those all the time.
It's not specific to like the VC. It's all over social media where people do stuff like that. Like, oh, here's my Target haul. So
if I can find a CD for $1.99 or a fucking record for $1 and it's in great shape, I'm all in.
Yeah.
I'm all in.
Well, when we go over my spreadsheet tomorrow, you will see how being in the VC has kind of screwed up my listening.
So I think
it changed it a lot.
Well, in Steve Carlson's video, he had said he listens to a lot of music. I don't know how he finds time to listen to all that music.
I saw his comment. Yeah.
Like, I remember I put in my introduction video, I am not a music perfectionist at all. I do what's good for me. Like the equipment I have in here, it suits me. I think it's fucking good for my ears, but other people might say, Anthony, your stuff is shit. Well, it might be shit to you, but it works for me.
Yeah.
Well, I will have to say that Kiss live stream I did a few weeks ago.
Yeah.
I was showing off.
You know, and
only to my friend Greg.
But if you're with a bunch of Kiss people and you want to show off your Kiss memorabilia, that's awesome. That's great. Like, yeah.
Right. Someone might want something.
We were discussing something about one of the solo albums, and we were trying to figure out a song that was on one of the solo albums, and I was just like, so Anthony, you'll appreciate it. I'm like, oh wait, what song was that? Let me take a look. There
you go. You get the signature, right? Right. Even like when MGK came to my house and he basically did a room tour for me on his video.
Right.
Like he was legit asking me, all right, Anthony, what do we have here? So when I was showing stuff that I had Ace autograph for me, like I paid for a VIP experience. Why the fuck aren't I going to show it off? You know what I mean?
Right.
It's not saying, look what I have. look, I'm a grown ass man. I don't care what anyone thinks of me or who likes me, who doesn't like me. If you're a Kiss fan, you want to see something different, that maybe you want. As Kiss fans, we're all lunatics. Honestly, we really are.
Right.
To have that meet and greet, that was an unbelievable experience for me. And I was so up in the air of doing it because I know Ace can be an asshole. Sometimes he does not like to meet his fans, but he was in a fantastic mood when I met him. So it was like, everything aligned for me that day. So for me, I asked him personally before I went up there, I'm like, Ace, do you mind if I shake your hand? He goes, bring it in. Absolutely. He goes, it's because of you guys that I'm here. Well, and that made me feel like, all right, this was worth it right there. Everything that I paid for the meet and greet was worth it.
You were meeting sober Ace. I was meeting 90s Ace. And
yeah, so that's a totally different experience.
The times I met him, his being was like, this is the last place I would really like to get.
So Trevor, when I met him, it was funny. We were supposed to do the meet and greet before he went on stage, but as always, Ace was late. So Ace did the meet and greet after the show. So I went to the concert with my cousin, and I said to him, I go, that we're fucked. He's going to be miserable. He's not going to want to talk to anybody. But he was as personable as they could come. Like I said, I definitely caught him on a good night because the guy that was standing in front of me and my cousin in line, he had this massive suitcase and security wouldn't let him in because, they had to check and see what was in the suitcase. Mm-hmm. What he had the glass insert to the Kiss pinball machine from like 78.
Yes.
And he had Peter's signature, Paul, and Gene. And all he needed was Ace to fulfill it. So everyone was giving this dude a high five. And as soon as he went up there, like everyone crowded like to see how Ace would react. And Ace is going, all right, there's Gene, there's Paul. Oh, wow, Pete. I remember what he said. He goes, wow, Pete signed it too. He goes, all right, where do you want me to sign it? It was like hitting the lottery for that guy.
Right.
So everyone was so psyched up for that dude. It was a fantastic experience for me. Yeah. It really was.
Awesome. Yeah.
That's great. All right, gentlemen. It is midnight. I'm signing off.
Is it really midnight? Oh my God.
Yeah. I will.
It is on the East Coast.
Yeah.
I will see you.
I probably still have company upstairs.
Well, whoever wants to follow out, because it's only 9 o'clock for me. So if anyone wants to hang out, I'm here.
Yeah, I'm probably going to bail out too, guys. Thank you so much for the invite. I appreciate all you guys. Thank you so much.
See you tomorrow.
See you tomorrow, Martha.
All right, you got it. Trevor, I'm going to go watch your video now, amigo.
Cool, man. Take care.
All right, take care, boys.
You cutting out too, Alex?
I don't know.
We'll do our own after whatever.
That's the thing. It's about Uber Eats time. No.
There you go.
Boy.
No, I'm all right.
Do you, as a single man, do you mostly just order out, pick up, or do you cook a lot?
Well, no, I try to not do that as much, but it's tough. What I've learned is that grocery shopping and cooking for one person is kind of hard. It's like you either have to be an expert at like what you do with like the prep and all that kind of stuff, or you just have to accept that you're going to go to the grocery store every probably 2 days, because
I go every 2 days.
Yeah, it's just, and
I
that's
do it mainly because of produce.
Yeah, the amount of, it's like if I buy to like prep and all that kind of stuff and shit goes bad, if it, you know what I mean, but then it's like, so it's ongoing.
We have 0 viewers, so I'm just going to end the stream. So whoever's watching this later, thank you for sticking around and watching it for damn near 4 hours.
4 hours.
Be sure to smash that bell.
Yeah. Subscribe and like. All right, guys, we'll continue on. Oh, wait. Oh, John's.
Oh, John's still here.
All
John,
right,
want to
John.
hop on?
Well, still,
If you want to jump on. Here, hold on.
Yeah, John, come on. John's going to be on our live stream on the 21st.
Because I don't think I've actually
what's your,
entertained me. Oh, now he's now he's being demanding.
what's your? I've heard it mentioned a couple times, but I know you're digging into probably Steve's spreadsheet tomorrow. What's y'all's like theme topics tomorrow?
Well, it's going to be a spreadsheet, and then also I have a quiz for Marcia and Trevor. So
I'm guessing it's all Detroit related.
It's a pop quiz. They have no idea what it is. So
all right,
I'm looking forward to that.
Yeah, so we're going to do that, and if we fall short of filling the time, then we'll just have to wing it. Somebody can shoot suggestions or whatever. I don't know.
I mean, we're pretty good at, even when we go off in the weeds.
John, you're not going to get quizzed. It's going to be Marcia and Trevor that are going to get quizzed.
Yeah, because it's just the three of us tomorrow, right?
Yeah, I'm hoping that nobody who's watching chimes in with the answers in the comments. So
yeah.
Although I guess could turn off the comments during that portion.
Okay.
So, but,
yeah.
I forgot to tell Marcia. Yeah, you guys will have to have like a pad of paper and a pen so you can write out your answers and hold them up.
Well, text her tomorrow.
And we'll see, because how many questions do I got here? Let's see, I've got nine questions, and then there's 10 other ones where you're going to have to give me a either or answer. So see how you guys do. But I've got. Are either of you familiar with the Undertones?
It's ska band, right?
Larry, probably.
What's that?
Go ahead, Trevor.
Aren't they a ska band?
No, they're
like an Irish rock-ish.
They're more
Irish, right?
Feargal Sharkey was their lead singer. I don't know if you ever heard his solo stuff. He had a decent sized hit in like 84, 85 called You Little Thief. Ben Montench actually wrote the song.
Hmm.
I mean, it's the most vitriolic song pointed towards an ex that you'll ever hear. I mean, because the line in it is, you little thief, you little nightmare, you little whore. And the song is written about Maria McKee, lead singer for Lone Justice.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Okay.
She's a little doll. But that's who Ben Montench, I guess, wrote the song about after they broke up.
No, but that chorus sounds familiar. I believe.
Anyway, the Undertones, that was one of the albums I selected for the album exchange.
What was the other one?
That Charles Bradley Changes.
That's right. Okay.
So I've got those two.
Not,
We've moved it to recording on Monday nights now at 7:00. So we used to do it Sunday mornings at 10. But Chris, the other guy that's on there, his schedule changed, so we had to move it. I love the album. You got to sin and be saved.
So, I mean, when you guys were doing that CD exchange on Sundays, that had to have been a long day for you,
If we're doing our live stream too?
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm doing, like 6 hours live streaming.
Right. Well, and and I have a hard time for that, even though I'm sub to both of Larry's channels, and with with the notifications, those videos never come up.
Oh no.
Yeah. So I gotta search them out. And I mean, I know he okay, so now you're doing it on Mondays, but he puts them up a few days later.
Yeah, he'll probably if we're doing it on Monday, I imagine the first one he'll probably post on Wednesday, and the next one he'll probably post Thursday.
Okay.
What did you put out on the most recent one, Steve?
What did I offer up?
Offer up, yeah.
What did I offer up? Oh, Ian Hunter, Fingers Crossed. And was it Artful Dodger? You familiar with Artful Dodger, Alex?
Mm-mm. I've heard of it a bunch, but I never listened to it.
Power pop band out of, I keep always meaning to ask Sam if he knows of them, because they're out of Virginia. And they had 4 albums, 76, 77, 78, and 80. It's just another one of those bands who should have been much bigger.
Yeah.
Didn't someone coming out? I can't even talk right now, and not even 10 beers.
Yeah, I offered.
I'll recycle that joke again. Did someone come out of Artful Dodger? Was there a member? Okay. Or maybe
not that I know of.
Or maybe someone had an album named Artful Dodger.
Didn't Ian Hunter have an Artful Dodger?
Ian Hunter had an album named
Okay, that's why I was confused.
Which I had offered up like 2 weeks before that.
That's why I was getting confused. I was like, you offered up to Ian Hunter.
Hey, Sam's right there.
Yeah. Oh, hey, Sam, do you know the band Artful Dodger from Virginia? They had 4 albums. To
be fair, Steve, they're from Fairfax, which is basically DC, which Sam and his kind don't really recognize as Virginia.
Right, I know that. Yeah.
Yeah.
The Richmond up in Richmond. What? Is that it?
Yeah, but I mean, if you definitely like power pop, Alex.
Oh, I love it. Yeah.
Well, then you should look them up.
Yeah.
Nope, never
heard of them. Of course, Sam never heard of them. They're from Fairfax.
Of course, one of my favorite power pop bands that I haven't heard a lot of people talk about is the Rubinoos. You know the Rubinoos?
You got me there. I don't know the name.
I think San Francisco, that same kind of time, right? Like that mid to late 70s sort of thing. What's funny is I remember, so they originally did I Want to Be Your Boyfriend. That was Avril Lavigne did a kind of a take on it much later. They sued because it's very, very similar, all this kind of stuff. But they also did a really good they did a very, very good power pop version that a lot of people know of. I Think We're Alone Now.
Mm-hmm.
Which was huge for them. But yeah, they put out like 2 or 3 records. But for me, when I was in my high school band, we used to play Rock and Roll Is Dead. That was a standard in our set, which is from them. But yeah, just cool. I mean, very sugary, power poppy type stuff. Dave Grohl is from Warren, Ohio, Sam. Don't you try to claim Dave Grohl.
Oh, I do know the song I Want to Be Your Boyfriend by the Rubinoos.
Mm-hmm.
Now that I pull it up here, I'm looking at the album cover, and I know it from that.
I know the Ramones version of it.
Yeah.
Well, yeah. Yeah, because so then, Avril Lavigne did a hey, because the chorus was, hey, I want to be your boyfriend. And then Avril Lavigne did a hey, I don't like your girlfriend. And it was very similar. So there was a lawsuit and a settlement and all that kind of stuff. But yeah. So they were
I'll have air quote artist that I have a hard time when people call her Avril Lavigne punk.
Yeah. Well, here's the thing. I mean, I'll say this as a punk person, y'all kind of, well, I'll blame you for this.
Okay.
I think here's what happened from a musicologist perspective. I'm not like punk became more, you used it before, like more will than skill. Like it became more the attitude than the style. And so then it was like, well, anybody who just sort of portrays that attitude can use that. And they're like, oh, this Canadian like skater girl who's like 17 with bad eyeliner,
Right.
punk rock. Like,
well, and then that one Demi Lovato album that came out not too long. Oh, this is her punk album. Like, no, you just can't put out a punk album in a career like that.
Well, it's hard to.
It sounds really elitist, but in stuff like that, in my opinion, you got to earn those stripes. And just putting on a tore up T-shirt does not qualify.
And you brought them up earlier, but like the only, besides like the classics, which even the classics I wouldn't call either. I am so tired of hearing this. Brothers went to strangers to brothers once again. This trash bullshit, bubblegummy nonsense Blink 182 song about how they used to be friends and now they're cool again. And thank God, because one of them got cancer. And thank God he didn't die for them to. And I'm like, it's so bizarre to me that like listening to this, that this was like what a lot of people would, and I know that's not like a punk song, but like people would like look at that as like, and I just imagine people who listen to like, I'm from Ohio, right? Like we love the Dead Boys. Like Ohio loves the Dead Boys from Akron. Right. And like listening to this and being like, is this punk? Is this punk?
And not that I grew up with it, I didn't get into it a lot later. In fact, probably 15 years ago, the Detroit, like the original Detroit hardcore scene, that was, the purest of the pure, in my opinion, because it's like, no fashion type thing.
Yeah.
No one knew about it. The scene, they were like, everyone makes out like it's like some huge scene. There was like 50 people in it. It's just, years later, people still knowing about it.
Either you guys like Sparks?
That's another one. I guess I really need to watch that documentary on them.
This is my first Sparks album.
Okay.
And you like it?
What's that?
You like it, right? You like it.
I do like this album. Yeah. I picked it in the album exchange not long ago, and I was surprised how much I did like it, because I remember seeing them on Midnight Special in 1974. Mm-hmm. And it just wasn't for me, because 1974, I'm listening to nothing but Black Sabbath, Alice Cooper, Deep Purple, Grand Funk, Uriah Heep, stuff like that. I'm not going for that. But I was surprised how much I did like it, so I bought the album.
Yeah, I mean, they are, I don't know, I think I semi-streamed, like spot checked mostly the girl is crying in her latte. Truthfully, I probably went into it with a little bit of like, this is the stupidest name for a fucking record I've ever heard in my life. And I know that's like their shtick, but like
everybody says this is the album to start with. So
is that Kimono My House?
Yeah.
We have someone in Japan.
Tokyo Record.
Yes, just subscribed to you yesterday.
Yeah.
Days ago. Thank you for joining. We're in hour number 4. If you're interested.
Actually, we're in hour number 5.
Yeah. This
is our 5th hour.
Yes.
So he explained to me yesterday the time difference. It's a 15-hour difference, I think, between here and Japan.
So just to explain real quick, I have the house to myself tonight, so I figured, invite my friends on through this digital medium and hang out so we can just drink and not get in trouble. So, and we're just hanging out. Just we didn't have any real topics. We just kind of, wax poetic all night. So, welcome.
Nope, my rear end is fine, Sam.
Oh. Yeah. Did you say donut?
Did someone say donut?
I need to hear that in like the voice of Homer Simpson.
Yeah. It's for that reason I don't do New Year's resolutions, John.
I pick up 7 hours on
They're,
Steve, are you gonna watch my jazz vinyl tag and make a cute comment about how much you hate jazz?
I will not, but what I will always do for people like you, I will go there and I will give you a thumbs up.
Yes.
Here's what you should do. You ready? Here's a free lesson. Is wait until you have to take a shit. And then find my video and then click on it and then walk away and go do your thing and then come back. And by the time you come back, it'll be done. And at least that way, it'll help with my algorithm because it shows that you watched the video for a long time.
Jason's joining us.
Jason Arsenal. Well, Jason's your neck of the woods.
There. Yeah, well, yeah. So Jason,
early in the night there.
Now, Jason, would you like to join us? I could give you a link. Because, you know, you and I, it's just 9:15. It's
Steve, did I just call you Dave?
What's that?
Did I just call you Dave?
I don't think so.
All right, good. Fuck you out there, Sam.
Dave's in the comments.
Yeah, well, Dave's in the comments. So it says Sam messaged me. He's like, dude, you just called Steve Dave.
I don't know. Well, I mean, and we're not recording anymore.
At work tonight. Oh, okay.
Cool. You still got.
Oh, we are. We're still live.
You still got this recording, Trevor. I thought we went off.
No, because John was demanding that we entertain.
Oh, that's right. Okay.
So the comments are still on, but yeah, Jason, you know, one of these nights we will.
That's right.
We'll try this sometime. Preferably when my family's out of the house. It's more fun.
Jason's the man. Jason, I need to find a way to meet Jason, but he's like way up there. Like I say all the time, like there's I don't know exactly what it is, but there's the stat that's like 95% of Canada's population lives within 50 miles of the U.S. border.
Yeah, I see that. Yeah,
Jason is not one of them.
Yeah, I see that. Okay, definitely, Jason. I would love to talk to you about how you do. I mean, obviously, with the internet makes things way easier, but being out that far, I couldn't fathom that. Just being out that distant. Northern BC.
Northern BC. What's the name of the town so we can look it up on a map, Jason?
Yeah. I mean, I've lived here almost 15 years. I still have yet to go into Vancouver.
I think he told me he was something like a 13-hour drive from Vancouver.
Wow.
Damn. Wow.
Granted, some of that is that you have to split the mountains. Like he's on like the other side of the Cascades or whatever, but it is up there.
All right.
Like I want to say it's like halfway to Alaska. What?
Oh, I'm looking here.
Terrace, BC.
Still looking and nothing even looks familiar. I keep zooming out. Oh, Jesus. He's close to Juneau, Alaska. That would probably be where he would go if he wanted to go to a good-sized city. Looks like Juneau would be closer than Vancouver.
If you needed to go to the grocery store to buy some whale blubber.
From my house.
17 hours.
Yeah, and that's due to the current traffic conditions.
Which is nothing right now.
Nothing right now.
Holy shit, my man.
Population. 12,000 people.
And Jason's cooler than all of them.
And what?
And
I said Jason's cooler than all of them.
I agree.
12,000, man. That's a small town. I don't know where the hell we're going to end up. We have to start really hunkering down, trying to figure out where we want to move to. And I'm open for suggestions.
I don't think you would like it here.
Flagstaff.
Well, I don't ever want to be cold again.
But you're more than welcome to visit.
And actually,
we were talking before, Steve, about you going to Arizona. But,
yeah, I would not move to Florida. Hell no.
Flagstaff would be my recommendation.
Problem with Flagstaff is, man, they get a ton of snow.
Oh, it's cold as hell. Yeah. Correct.
Yeah, and I don't want to be cold again.
Yeah.
And then you go, but funny enough, it's like you go 30 minutes southwest and you're in Sedona.
Yeah. I know. It's good. Hopefully wish money has for every day. See, well, thank you, Jason. But man, I don't even. How the hell do you? Well, I guess you would have to just fly into Vancouver and then drive to Jason's house.
Yeah. But
that is the most remote person I know of.
Right.
To live.
Well, now it makes sense. A lot of people are always asking when he's on the Wednesday night streams because, like, his like background is like it looks like he's in like a cabin.
Right.
People are like, "Are you at like your resort home? Like, where are you?" And I'm like, "No, he just lives out in the middle of friggin' nowhere in Terrace, BC. Like, this is how the homes are built out there."
Yeah.
So just a 90-minute flight to Vancouver?
That's what he says, yeah.
Nice.
Yeah. I mean, I don't know where they must. Is that from a little municipal airport near you?
So how far you drive from Vancouver, Trevor?
I'm sorry.
If you take out like the bullshit border, like if just talking about like if you could just
if you don't have to cross, yeah.
I want to say it's like a 3-hour drive, without traffic. Hold on, let's see. Vancouver, BC. It would be, just like right now at 9 o'clock. It'd be 3-hour drive.
No, that's not too bad. Okay. Have you ever been in Canada?
Me?
Yeah.
All the time.
Oh, okay.
Especially when
Windsor doesn't count, Trevor.
No, but I've driven when I first started driving over the road. In order for me to be home every weekend, I got to pick up trailers downriver for guys that either didn't want to go into Canada or couldn't get into Canada. So I would take them in, and I would go as mostly around probably like where Rob is at. And but I've been as far as Quebec City driving. So I mean, especially when I first started driving, I would jokingly say I was a part-time Canadian because I was there so much.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah, well, I mean, have you ever gone for pleasure?
Except for into Windsor.
We've all been 19.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, when I turned,
Jason, I am about 45 minutes south of Seattle. So, we're in the same time zone.
The year I turned 19, Illinois changed their drinking age. They dropped it to 19. But after a year's time, all the tickets and accidents, they reverted it. Okay.
Oh, yeah.
They went back to, no, we're going to go to 21. But I was grandfathered in. Any of us who had turned 19 that year, you were grandfathered. So even though I was now 20, I could go to a bar and I could buy alcohol, even though I wasn't 21 yet.
Okay.
Because the state law is once you've been granted a right, they're not going to take it away from you.
Yeah.
Portland Wreckage.
Hey, more than welcome. I mean, I know musically we're very different, but that's the great thing about the whole VC is just, learning from each other, stuff. And
what's the best recommendation you've gotten from the VC?
Best recommendation. I brought it up several times from Mike, the PC-13 Final Policeman was that Just Mustard.
Oh, okay.
Never heard of them.
Are they punk?
No, they're like shoegaze.
Oh, okay.
All right, Jason. Thank you for at least stopping by. That's what the live is for. We love the rotating door.
Alex, you got one?
I was sitting here thinking about it. There's a lot of, I think, artists that I was always like aware of, but never real. But like it took somebody in the community to like make a like, oh, you should dive deeper into these. So not necessarily like people have like, oh, I've never heard of them and like dive in, but like I wouldn't have known about like, you know, Steve Miller Band's early like psychedelic type stuff, or you know, Quicksilver Messenger Service, or I mean, I think there's just like a lot of those types of artists that I knew about or heard about, but just didn't really. They were sort of a little bit of like blind spots for me, but not necessarily somebody I was like, oh, I've never heard of them and did like a deep dive into. I mean, besides like, you know, DeWolf, but I don't have any of their stuff, but I do love them. I mean, I think that what you described about them is totally accurate.
Oh yeah,
Good album
very solid album.
Yeah.
I think mine is Iron Maiden.
Oh yeah.
Yep.
You learned about them in this VC?
Well, I mean, I knew of them, but I never owned an album by them. Had never listened to an album by them.
Okay.
And then I had made a video. I've never owned an album by these 5 artists, so I took recommendations. And a lot of people recommended Iron Maiden and said start with the album Seventh Son of a Seventh Son.
Yeah. with your prog background, yeah, I could see.
I can see that. Yeah.
You know,
so, but now I own the whole discography. You know,
it's more than what I've ever done.
Plus a bunch of their live stuff too, and I've got everything that Bruce Dickinson did too. So yeah, that led to buying a ton of shit.
See, what did Dave say? Need to find some Iron Maiden. Never. I mean, Dave, I started when I first heard them. Their latest album was Number of the Beast, and I only heard the 2 singles off that, and that's what hooked me in at the time. But that was 1982.
Yeah.
Still classic record. I mean, that's one of those records that will never get boring to me. And you guys name 5 albums in your collection that contains lyrics in a foreign language.
Well,
I mean, if it just contains lyrics, that could be like a random like voice or a random.
Part of Michelle all sings in French.
Yeah.
I mean, I got a lot of German stuff and like all the like in the industrial stuff I got.
I don't. I mean, the only stuff I would have is the Beatles on Past Masters doing "I Want to Hold Your Hand" and
in German.
Yeah.
I got some Sepultura where they're in Portuguese,
and I think that's it.
Or what Santana and
for one, I'm a lyrics guy, so I like to know what they're saying.
Right.
So I don't want to. I mean, it's like.
Or is it Well, again, I'm just trying to think of like the loophole, not the loophole, but you know, what is it? Is it what kicks off low? What's the Bowie record where it kicks off where it has the French singer going kind of in the background of his is it low or is it lodger?
I was gonna say, is this a 90s album? But if
it's like Berlin Trilogy type stuff, I think.
I guess I've had some like black metal that's in Norwegian. I've had some Polish death metal that's in Polish, but
we love the Polish death metal.
Well, I mean, at that point, does it really matter?
Death to pierogi.
You said Poland. You like Riverside, Alex?
A band that's always been out there. I think I've streamed them a couple times, but I've never really had like a full like sit down listen to them. You know, my issue I think with so many, it's not an issue just for me, but like there are so many of these modern day progressive rock bands, and it's just really hard and expensive to buy their stuff. Like if I could buy Identity or whatever it's called for, you know, $20 or $30, like great. But like it's like a $50-some record. And
I got it on CD when it came out. I was disappointed in it.
Oh, really?
But I've got a bunch of their other stuff. I've got Out of Myself, Second Life Syndrome. Because the first 3 albums form a trilogy. Oh,
and were they a little bit heavier? Were they a little bit heavier early on?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, but no Cookie Monster vocals.
Right.
Yeah, I do like their early stuff. In fact, I got lucky. I got a lot of their stuff on vinyl before it became
right. Well,
ridiculously.
Was it like their guitarist or like somebody died, right? Like there was like big tragedy semi-recently, right?
Yeah. Their guitarist died. Actually, you can get what I think is their best album on Amazon for $27.
Oh yeah, which one is that?
Out of Myself.
Okay, it's pretty good.
But yeah, for whatever reason, Identity, the CD is $50.
Jesus, yeah.
But the LP is only 41.
You know, another one of those. Not to say that they're that similar, but I think it's the case. You know, so many of these bands, they're from Europe and they don't have U.S. labels or distribution.
Right.
And so, you know, it's like a band that when I've streamed them, I've loved them and I would love to get more of their stuff is Big Train. You know, they've always been everything I've heard from them I've really liked, but it's like, you know, their records are $40, $50, sometimes $60, $70. And that's one, you know, if they're available. And it's like, I struggle with that. Which, you know, it's probably something I need to get over because it's like, you know, I'll be like, oh, $40 record, fuck that. But I'll have no problem going and buying 4 $10 records, you know, but, yeah, there's a bunch of those. And so many of these progressive rock bands, of course, very few of them are coming from the States. And I feel like there is like this wave of Norwegian progressive rock that's going on right now that is just like, I can't keep up with it. Like all this tales of, you know, Father Robin and Benjamin Button and just all this stuff. I'm like, I can't keep up.
You must have mentioned them the other day because did you mention them during the Wednesday night live stream? Because I was like,
I don't think so.
I had never heard the name before, and I looked it up. Yeah, I mean, I see here that the latest Big Train. It's 47 on vinyl. Yeah. And
what's disappointing about that? Now, granted, we'll recognize that these progressive rock bands are, you know, it's like they're on 2, sometimes maybe even 3 records because they're long and all that kind of stuff. But Big Train recently signed to Inside Out, and so they should be having like better U.S. distribution because before it was all over in Europe, and that was why it was costing so much. But yeah, what was it? It's the Chronicles of Father Robin or the Tales of Father. I mean, it's like all that stuff that these like current Trevor, don't you laugh, but it's true. That's what it's like. Ultimate Cheese, right? That's Prague, right? It is like literally no, it's not even
the Fables of Xavier.
Yeah, and the joke is that's like the name of the band. The actual record's called like The Tales of Aoria, Volume 1, Story Book 4. Like it's just Jesus.
I'll tell you, a prog band I like a lot. No Sound. You ever hear of them?
No, I've never heard of them.
Yeah.
Ironically, never heard of them.
And then, in fact,
so I was just thinking of Veracruz, actually, John. In my head, I was thinking of Veracruz because I forget who. Actually, funny enough, you mentioned Veracruz. I think it's yeah, Veracruz. You mentioned it. It is Is it Manuel Vasquez who might do the voice there? But yeah, somebody else comes in and does the vocals there.
Now that's my favorite album by them.
Where are they from?
Italy.
Okay.
But the band is called No Sound, so they decided to call the album Light Dark.
Cute. Yeah.
Yeah. But they've got a bunch of stuff, and every album I like. There's this one. And this one's a cool. They recorded this live on top of a mountaintop where there's an observatory, and they were up there for an eclipse.
Oh, that's cool.
When they recorded it. And that's another good one, Afterthought. But I would tell you, if you're going to check them out, try the album Light Dark.
Light Dark, okay.
Yeah. A little bit of Gilmore-esque guitar. So,
a little more on the laid back prog side.
Yeah. Oh, yeah, definitely. Yes.
Yeah.
I'm going to call it a night, gentlemen.
All right. Well,
Got 4 hours of this tomorrow night, Trevor.
Hey, I think it was the last one where I even threw in the towel.
You
early.
did. You left early last time, yeah.
And let me tell you, that next morning was fucking brutal. So.
Well, yeah. All right. I will see you later, Alex. I will see you tomorrow, Trevor. Actually, I'll see you today, Trevor.
Yeah. All right. We'll see you in a few hours. Take a nap.
I'm out of here too, Trevor. Have a good night, brother.
All
right. Everyone watching, good night. I'm just going to end the whole thing. So we'll talk to you later, and thanks for hanging out.
Bye, y'all.
We'll see you. Bye.